Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. So we reached to the third day of Bipalma, and today we have a lot of good keynote speaker and plenary. Also we have plenary talk, and we have also the discussion panel 3 today. So first we are going to start with the keynote 6, who is Prof. Nasir Belgam from the France. He is going to talk about the cellulose as a substrate for active surface theory and applications. So before I call the Prof. Nasir, I just want to give a brief introductions about the Prof. Nasir. Prof. Mohammad Nasir Belgam is the head of the Grenoble INB Pagoda Engineering School, and Professor Nasir received his engineering diploma in wood science at St. Petersburg Forest Academy in 1986, Russia. He then got a PhD in material engineering and science from the Polytechnic Institute of Grenoble, France in 1991. He was then awarded a fellowship from the National Research Council of Canada to carry out a postdoctoral training for 2 years in Polytechnic School of Montreal, Canada, as a researcher in the field of surface and interface phenomena in cellulose-based composite materials. On his return back, he worked in the R&D department in industry for 5 years before moving to University of Beira Interior in Portugal, where he spent 3 years from 1997 to 2000 as associate professor, and Dr. Belgam was nominated full professor in 2000 at the Polytechnic Institute of Grenoble, France. He has published more than 350 scientific papers, including 2 books and more than 25 book chapters with more than 20,000 citations. His H-index is more than 70, and Professor Belgam was also the editor-in-chief at a very Q1 journal, Industrial Crop and Products, and he is a part of that journal. And besides that, I think that he is also the part of a few more journals in the editorial board of related to cellulose-based composite material. So before further delay, I want to call the Prof. Nasir to please come on the stage and give his keynote talk.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Yeah, I need to walk and I need my hands to speak. So to be here could be a little bit handicapping. So this is for, yeah, okay. So I'm really honored to be with you, and I have missed the before session, the editions because of some commitments and so on. But today I'm very, very happy to be personally and then in the presence of all my colleagues. So, of course, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to talk to you about our, let's say, research topics and what we think about the general tendency of using raw materials from, let's say, biomass in general. So I would like to have a lecture which is much less focused in a catalog of our research and our success story, but much more about the how about the context in general? What is the society expectations? Where we have opportunities and so on. So I am really, I would like to succeed in this exercise because I'm a little bit tired from presenting the results of my students. So let me tell you something about what I am thinking in this context. Not this one? which one is for this one? Ah, okay. So, as I told you, I would like to start with a very broad introductions in how we are expecting today, and we hear everybody, we hear a lot of things about, and at the right moment in the neighboring countries, there is a COP28 and so on, and we are really trying to be concerned by the environment, by the sustainability and so on. So I would like to talk a little bit about this. Then I would like to talk about when we are dealing with composites, with any materials in which we are trying to reinforce its properties, we are always practically facing two surface phenomena. Okay? And at the end, and only at the end, I will give you few examples of my own research. It means the research which is made by my students. So what the society is expecting today? Society is expecting more bio. Bio. The society is expecting more functions. If you, a lot of you have seen probably how the mobile phone was developed, and 30 years ago it was a mobile phone which have difficulty to be mobile because it was heavy, cumbersome, and only phoning. Today he is much lighter with an amazing number of functions. People is looking for lighter things. We are systematically reducing the weight of goods because it is much easier to transport them. We spend less energy and so on. And people would like to have non-toxic component, non-toxic, nothing toxic in their life. So all these things requires to have in face some raw material which could fulfill all these requirements. And generally speaking, in addition to food, man needs energy, needs materials, and needs fine chemicals. Fine chemicals mostly for pharmacy, cosmetics, drugs. If we would like to combine our needs by what is available in the raw materials which are in the earth, light, biosustainable. So let's see. We have three families of materials: metals, inorganic materials, organic materials. If we'd like to fulfill about the two biosustainable, we have no choice. We should use renewable materials. Sustainability is renewable materials, not those which are renewed each 100 millions of years, but those which are renewed in a kinetics which is very compatible with our existence. Few years, 1 year, okay. Functionals, the nature is providing us a lot of functional products, antimicrobial, antibiotics, and so on. But some of them are not, so we should have the possibility to provide them new functions. In order to have this, we will see what we need. If we are looking for light, then we have no choice. Organic materials are the lightest one. No choice. Metals, density of about 10 and more. Inorganic, density of about 3, let's say, on average. Organic materials, density of 1. So, no choice. Renewable materials, there is no choice. Biomass. And reactivity, if it is not in situ, if it is not naturally, we should have some organic functions which will provide, which will allow us to make some chemistry to provide the functions we are looking for. So let's go to biomass. Which biomass we have? we have two biomass, animal, vegetal. Animals is mostly humans and animals. Vegetables is mostly annual plants and wood. Let's exclude those which are used in food stream, because if not, we will have some ethical problems. We will use something in applications like materials or any other things which are destined for food. So this is, from ethical point of view, not possible. So it means that we should focus in, let's say, things which are not used for food stream. If we look for this part, so we have practically wood and any agricultural residue, of course, which is not used for food stream, including for feed for animals. So wood is cellulose, mostly, as we will see, but hemicellulose also and lignin. If we look for the percent of these things, then we have practically cellulose, hemicellulose, 75%, and lignin, polyphenolic molecule. Okay, but cellulose, hemicellulose are sugars. Polysaccharides, for sure, but they are, in fact, they could be go down to sugars. So I believe that tomorrow we will have, when I'm telling tomorrow, it means in few hundreds of years, but for the Earth is tomorrow. For us, it's not tomorrow, unfortunately, okay? It will be based, sugar-based chemistry. Because you will see the quantities, it's practically no way of escaping this. Polyphenols are also very important as antioxidant and so on. So, okay, let's see about the key data and how credible it is, the shifting to cellulose, to sugars, to these raw materials which are renewable, which could be found, including, of course, in palm, which is a wood, okay? And if yes, in which concern, in which stream? Energy, materials, chemistry, and if yes, in all these questions, then how it is credible in terms of economics, how it is credible in terms of, let's say, ethic, and so on. And to what extent we can go in this direction. And how technically is hard. If we see the key data, then we will see that in the Earth, I'm talking about the production of biomass, not about what we have. What we have is 33 times more. But I'm talking about, for example, for vegetable biomass, is just what the photosynthesis provide us annually. And of course, in a worldwide context. 450 gigatons. Mostly wood. Animals which include our family, humans, are much less. Animals which include those which we use for food are much less. Okay? If you see the difference between vegetal and animal biomass, it's practically 1 to 5. Okay? 20/80. Okay, this is a data. Of course, we can have some discrepancy in terms of the data available in 10%, but okay. Depending on the source, you can have more or less 5% for this or this context, but nothing really which make this data non-exploitable. Of course, annual plants are mostly used for food, so we should be care about. Wood is the most abundant and the most important thing is to think that starting with very two small molecules, carbon dioxide and water, you produce millions and millions. The nature produce millions and millions. If any chemist, any very, very bad chemist will never do this. Because, in fact, it is not pure chemistry, it is chemistry assisted by enzymes and it is living mechanisms. So it produces the molecule which needs at a given time. Okay. Moreover, they are mostly, as a rule, hydroxy function rich molecules, which means that a little bit later, when I was talking about the possible functionalizations, which is suitable for functionalization. Again, okay, suitable for functionalization because hydroxy functions you could make esters, ethers, and so on. But it is bad because it is hydrophilic, and it will always water uptake and release, which makes dimensional stability very, very bad. So, okay, we have fashion words, circularity, sustainability, green, and so on. But let's think a little bit that they are not only fashion, but they are a reality because we cannot anymore pollute the earth. We should be very, very careful about this. So, okay, we have a lot of things which are let's say, developed, and I would say right now, because it avoids some questions after, there is no concurrence between the raw materials. It is complementarity. It's just a complementarity. It's just a good sense. If you are able to use something from renewable resources, it is better than fossil resources, but because fossil resources, please keep them for something in which renewable resources cannot fulfill the task. So, okay, when I'm putting fossil versus renewable, it means there is no war between them. They are complementary. We need them both. Moreover, we are more and more on the earth, and we will need more and more raw material. So this biorefinery concept, which means that we will use rationally the biomass, and we will practically make a parallel between refining of petroleum and refining of biomass, which has nothing to do for sure, is really something which attracts a lot of researchers, which is producing a lot of science, a lot of knowledge, and so on. And but the differences are very, very huge. Today you cannot use the refinery of petroleum to feed it by wood. They will be burned, and that's all. No component of them, or only 2% of them, will be in vapor state. So let's drawing this thing. Let's dream a little bit. Let's have a dream. The man who told this phrase a few decades ago went bad, so I hope I will not follow the same route, but let's dream. Let's dream that we will use raw material coming from bio-based, let's say, synthesis, as much as we can, and as much as it is relevant and it is fulfill the tasks, even if for today it is a little bit more expensive. And let's dream and let's put our questions. Can we shift to this? Can we shift this? And I would like that you are convinced like me that the answer is yes, we can. I would say yes, we should. There is no choice. Okay. So why yes we can? Because we have a very abundant source. We have a easy functionalization of this very abundant source, which in past have shown that we can, of course, and cellulose acetates are the first polymers in the earth. The first synthetic polymers were bio-based. It was just the esterification of cellulose. Cellulation, which is also very, very good to provide some new silane-based functions, is quite similar because the cellulation of glass is very similar to cellulation of cellulose, and so on. So there is a lot of opportunities, and these opportunities could be applied to cellulose as a fiber, as a nanofiber, as a macromolecule if we dissolve it in solvent, and so on. So we have a lot of possibilities, and we did a lot of things, including very bad, non-green things at the beginning with solvent, which are totally like dimethyl sulfoxide and so on. Okay, but we are learning. Nothing complicated. We are learning, and we're using few milliliters of solvent. So we are not using industrial quantities. So we have a lot of routes in both in terms of submitting cellulose in a different varieties of form, but also in different strategies of chemical grafting, which could give really very, very useful materials. And I would like to give you a few examples of these things. But before, I would like to spend probably 5 minutes in how difficult it is working with surface. Because in fact, as soon as you try to modify cellulose or any surface, you don't think that it is complicated, but we have some very famous people who was working in these things, and we have learned from them the following considerations. If we are working with metals, and the example I am citing is the example of Wolfgang Pauli, Nobel Prize of Physics, who was working with aluminum. And he has all the properties of aluminum without any problem. Bulk aluminum, density, Young modulus, opacity, electrical conductivity. Any bulk properties was there. But as soon as he started working with the surface, then it became complicated. And why it became complicated? Because in fact, the metal is not metal. The metal at the upper molecular layers is oxide of metals. And we shift from metal to inorganic material, which is metal oxide. Moreover, this metal oxide reacts with water. And with water, when you react with water, you have then loss of protons and you have hydroxides. So you are thinking that you are working with metal, and you are working with metal which is polluted by two molecular layers, oxides and hydroxides. Okay, and then if it is one layer among milliards, or doesn't matter. No, you will see that surface is only few molecular layers. Why the surface is only few molecular layers? Because if you look for something which is very, very old for us, the Colombian interactions, the interaction in the matter. When you go from one layer to another, the interactions of layer 3 to 1 become much weaker than the interaction of layer 2 to 1. And this dependency is a function of the density, is inverse function of the distance between the molecular layers, a power something, 2 for metals, 12 for organic materials. So if we use And the surface is, what does it mean, the surface? The surface is the number of molecular layers in which you come to the layer which has no influence at all at the surface. It doesn't dictate any power. So if we try to see how this the strength of this force is acting, you see that starting from the fifth layer of molecular layers, there is no influence. The sixth layer have no influence at all to compare with the surface, with respect to the surface properties, because it weaken even in metals 25 times. It means that you have 100 giga and it became 4. So surface is one nanometer at max. So 1 nanometer is even what you put when you touch something, when you put as a animal oil, when you just touch the surface, you leave there 1 nanometer. So this was illustrated by Pauli Wolfgang, who was telling that surfaces are made by, metals are made by God, surfaces are made by the divine. Because he never understood that there is a big difference between bulk and surface properties. And now it is very, very well known, and we deal with. Surface is always contaminated. And the contamination of the surface could be right after relevant because, as you see, is 1 nanometer. So any contamination, even that which is very, very slight, few seconds, kills the surface properties. To give you an idea, aluminium purified with extremely high intensity plasma, you put it in the atmosphere, in 1 second, you have 9 layers of carbon at the surface. Why? Because we have Brownian movement. Because everything is under agitation, thermal agitations. Because the surface will be bombarded by all surrounding molecules. And some of these surrounding molecules will bombard it and will absorb in it and will remain there. So the surface, you think that it is good and so on, but in fact, it is really contaminated. Okay, so you know the Brownian movement, which is the highest in gas because you have the highest entropy and the lowest in solids, but even solids are contaminated. So if we see in the 3 families, typically, aluminum is contaminated by oxygen or any other contaminations, but polymers, in instance, since they have low surface energy, their contamination comes from inside. It's the migration from small molecules from the bulk to the surface. And cellulose, of course, you have a lot of small molecules because cellulose is produced at the same time in the presence of terpenes, in the presence of abiotic acids and derivatives, oils, and so on. Even if wood is 98% of cellulose and lignin, you have 2% of small contaminants, which, since we are dealing with living mechanism, terpenes, for example, alpha, beta, pinene, and so on, they are produced just because the tree, when he's growing, he's trying to protect himself from insects. So he's releasing small molecules which make such a way that these insects go out. So 3 small examples, and then I will leave you tranquil. First is, cellulose is something which is hydrophilic, and of course, he's very, very rich hydroxy functions. And we know that in, let's say, in the area of self-cleaning surfaces, which is very, very well developed also area, especially for high added value products, including watches, which glasses, which I have in my face. They combine both physicochemistry to nano-roughness, because physicochemistry allows you to have some hydrophobic character, which is typical for example, Teflon-based surfaces. This gives you a contact angle of water about 120. if you'd like to go further, if you'd like to go further in terms of unwettability of your surface, you should add something. What you add is what we call nano roughness. Of course, you get the first part of chemistry by this type of molecules, and the second one you get them by these nano roughness, which are illustrated in this slide. And you see, if you make very, very small roughness, bigger one, and the combination of two, you can have I don't have a pointer, right? Okay, you can have something in which you reach very, very high contact angle of a droplet of water. You see, more than 165 degrees. And you see in the upper figure, the adhesion between the needle of the searing and water is higher than the adhesion between the surface and the droplet of water. So total unwettable surface. So we try to do it for cellulose. We worked with chlorosilane, and what we have is something which 136 is higher than 120 with even 100 for cellulose is too big. Cellulose, generally speaking, when you put a droplet of water, it's absorbed practically instantaneously, unless you have a very, very high-speed camera to get the first images. So you see that if there is no, oh, sorry, you see that, oh la la. Can I go back, please? Yeah, okay, I found it. So you see that it is 36 degrees, one without any modification. If I modify without roughness, then it will be something around 110. With roughness, you see 136, which is quite high for cellulose, and to the best of my knowledge, this is the highest one for today. So what you are killing, in fact, you are killing the porosity of the surface. The surface will have a porosity of about 25, and it is becoming practically zero if you see the last example. The second example is active packaging. We did it because we know that we have a very big problem in Europe, at least, and what we call nosocomial diseases, in which are just associated with the fact that some staff is working with different tools, different syringes, and so on, and is manipulating a lot of boxes. And from time to time, the propagation of the virus is just made because you are shifting from one patient to another, and you bring with you the microbe of the patient one to the second one through this package, this syringe, this, and so on. So the idea was how to and the new way you see 75,000 people is killed just by nosocomial. It is killed by a microbe which has nothing to do with its original disease. Okay. So what we have tried to do is one of the biggest problem is the boxes, which are not active surfaces. So we tried to graft penicillin at the surface of these packages, such a way that if the nurse will open a box, even if she had a microbe from the patient N-1, it will be killed because you have penicillin. But penicillin should be chemically grafted because it should not be transferred from the box to the nurse, because if not, she will develop, let's say, a resistance to antibiotics or any other molecule. Okay, so we did it. We grafted penicillin on the surface of packages, and we tried to, of course, to check if it is efficient and so on with different techniques. We have papers in this, and there is no problem of doing this. And we have even make some in vitro analysis in order to see that these packages are really active. Okay, and we have also checked that there is no release of penicillin, because releasing penicillin means that you will contaminate your people who is working with these boxes. We have even produced 500,000 boxes, which were tested in several hospitals in order to see if it is efficient. But you know, in this context, you have a lot of regulation for reglementation. It takes time and so on. But at least from our part, which we are not selling nothing except knowledge, we did the job. The rest is not our business. The last example, and then I will stop here, is again associated with medical applications and involving our raw material, which is cellulose. So it is how to fight against post-operation infections. You see, if you see more than one century ago, people died in this earth less than 40 years old. So good news, we are living much more. But at the same time, we need much more operations, much more medicine, etc. And these operations requires some care, because a lot of people have, 5% have a post-operation infection. So if we see which are the most common, let's say, operations, the second one, which are hernia, are very, very, very important. And what we have tried to do is we have tried to functionalize the mesh which is used to repair this hernia by something which will kill the infection if there is an infection. And for this purpose, we have functionalized the mesh, which was coated by cellulose, by a chemistry which calls upon use of prodrugs. It means that the molecule which will kill the infection will be released only if there is an infection. Okay, so I will, yeah, and the drug, you see the drug is only the end of the molecule. So there is no infection, there is no release of molecule. And we know that this release is associated with the presence of an enzyme. So we try to see the molecule and the chemical link which is sensitive to this enzyme, to the presence of this enzyme. And we, of course, we have some complicated chemistry, expensive, well, there is no doubt about, but what is more expensive than the health of women? Okay, so we did a lot of, let's say, click chemistry and a lot of things. And what is important is the molecule which will be released is only this one. And it will be released if there is an infection, because the infection is associated with the release of this enzyme. So, of course, again, we have some papers, we have even patent and so on. It goes very well, and we even ex situ tried to see if we add the enzyme to this mesh, which is functionalized, there is a release of this molecule. We even make some in vitro analysis, which shows that it goes very well. So again, we are dealing with health problems, we are dealing with men, women, so it takes much more time to be an industrial reality. Just to conclude very, very quickly that I think and I believe that cellulose is one of the oldest chemicals, but could be have a second life because it could be functionalized. We have made a lot of, and when I'm telling we, it means the scientific community. A lot of performance in terms of surface chemistry, but we need more work to go through. And you know, generally speaking, when you have especially for plenary lectures at the end, you have people gives applause and so on. Yeah, even if the speaker is bad, but I would like, if you give applause, it will be not for me, but for these people.
Thank you, Prof. Nasir, for giving a marvelous talk related to the applications of cellulose, you know, and functionalizations and how it can be practically applied, especially in the medicals. You know, it's not easy to make commercializations after a lot of hurdles, you know. But as he say, as a researcher, he done the job. So now the regulations and other thing that is not under the control of the researchers. So now, as he say that, we have to applause still for him because it's a good talk, not a bad. So we have we have some time still to, if I can take some questions, if anybody have any questions. No questions? Everybody have clear or anything you want to ask? Any audience? No?
I just would like to tell that even if, for example, if we take in the history, the catalyst of Ziegler-Natta was when the specific polymerization of polypropylene, and nobody believed in the fact that this catalyst will be. The scientific community believed, and they give them the Nobel Prize because it was very, very smart catalyst. Nobody believed. But because it is very expensive and it is platinum based. And today, 50 million soft ton of polypropylene is made by this catalyst. Just because someone think that, okay, because the catalyst is small beads of platinum at the surface of which there is a growing of polymer. And then you sacrifice it because you will never you will never recover it. Up to the day that you have another man who tells, okay, but everything is occurring at the surface. Let's use empty spheres of silica at the surface of which we put 1 nanometer of platinum. Then you reduce the price of the catalyst by 10,000 times. Then it became economical reality. Then it became 15 millions of tons of polypropylene in the world every year today. So we should just believe in our, but probably Ziegler and Natta have never seen polypropylene by specific, but there is no, what we are leaving is the patrimonium for our children and not for us. For us, it's too late.
Prof. Nasir, if there is no question, I have one question from you.
Yes, please.
Especially like, for example, the cellulose, nanocellulose, and all these things, what we are extracting.
Yeah.
Main problem for us to scale up, you know. So what's your thought on that one? How we can be, because until we don't scale up, we cannot do the commercializations and product and all these things. You know.
It's generally speaking, there is much more possibility technically to compare with those which are really commercial solutions. Okay, so if we see, for example, typically today we are processing 400 millions of tons of wood to produce cellulose fibers for paper making. So the craft process, which is cooking of wood to produce fibers, bleached or not, is as old as 1,886 years. So it is possible. Why? Now, And you can even cook your salad to produce cellulose, but you will get only 2% of cellulose.
Yeah, that's the big issue.
So it's an issue which is much more related to the competitivity, economical competitivity. So technically, there is a lot of solutions, including new ones like organosolv and so on. What is important is if tomorrow we don't have choice for using these, and if tomorrow the public power will make, let's say, some subvention to this area, then it will be economically viable. Then we will produce it because the technical solutions are ready, and we should prepare these technical solutions, leave them, even if today they are not credible, economically speaking, leave them for the next generation. They will be one day.
Okay, just we are in the bipalma. So
Yeah.
what about the date palm fibers and oil palm and other fibers? What's your thought on that,
I think in wood chemistry in general, you have cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, okay? Yeah. Cellulose is, the only difference between the species is the yield. But the macromolecule is the same.
The same, yeah.
So it doesn't matter from where you will extract. And from Westes, from Palma is even easier because the density is much, the morphology is much open and so on. So for me, what is problematic in this context is much more related, which is common to annual plants in general, or annual residues, agricultural residues, is how can you build a mill in which you should close for 3 months because you don't have raw materials anymore because it is not the season. And how can you have a stock of raw materials such a way that you can run 1 year without interruption? This is problematic, first. The second one, which is absolutely not problematic for Palma, is the presence of silica. Silica is very bad for any process in which you have filtrations, pressing, etc. But for Palma tree, for Palma, let's say residues, no problem with this, because it is too high to avoid the silica which is in the soil.
In the soil, okay. Thank you, Prof. Nasir, for giving a valuable talk to us. Now I just want to call. No. Oh. Huh? Okay, just give that.
Thank you, Jouid, and I would like to thank you, Nasser Belgassem, for this nice presentation. I would like just to add one comment when speaking about diet palm for the component to production. I agree with Professor Belgassem that it will be hard to, we have a lot of linear source biomass to produce, like for paper making. But in all cases, if you're looking deeper, for company you need water, and the water we have not enough now. That what this challenge for the biomass. But if looking just about date palm tree, you not need a lot of water to growing. That's why for me it is a good opportunity to work with palm and to extract that fiber and to do many things application.
Because yesterday I met with some industry guys, so I talked to him that we have a lot of research, but we are facing the problems to how to scale up and all these things. So he said, no, we are looking at that one. You can come with the idea, and we are ready to make it live, So we have to find that the tuning with the industrial financiers and others to tune up what we have researched to implement and to scale up, and then we look further that one.
That's why I agree with Prof. Belgassem when he say you should to big dream. Sure,
of course,
that one time will be
without dream,
reality.
Nothing is going to happen.
Sure, sure.
Okay, thank you so much. So now, I just called Dr. Nasir Khalid to please come on the stage to give the memento to Prof. Nasir. Come for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we are moving forward that towards our second keynote speaker, Dr. Nashi Khalid Al-Qahtani from the King Faisal University. He is going to talk about the date palm waste innovation product for sustainable environment. And before I call him, I just want to give a brief introductions about him. Dr. Nashi Al-Qahtani is the director of the Date Palm Research Center of Excellence at King Faisal University, Saudi Arabia. He received his PhD degree in Food Science and Technology from RMIT University, Australia. Earlier in his professional career, he held the positions of Director of Supporting Studies, the Supervisor Center at King Faisal University. He was also the rapporteur of the Committee of the Dean of College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine in the GCC. He participated in more than 15 regional and global conference and workshop. In addition, he was actively involved as a member or head of key committee at King Faisal University. Dr. Nashi published more than 50 scientific papers in regional and international high-impact journals in the related field. So, without further delay, I want to call Dr. Nashi Khalid to come on the stage to give his keynote talk. You want to fill them up? No. Okay.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Before start my presentation, I would like to thank you by Arabic. في البداية نشكر جميع القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر والذي يأتي هذا المؤتمر الرائع وهو المؤتمر الدولي الثالث لمنتجات النخيل الثانوية، والتي تأتي متزامنة مع المعرض الدولي للتمور بعنوان اكتشف عالم التمور. وأخص بالشكر والتقدير إلى جميع القائمين في لجان هذا المؤتمر، خصوصا سعادة الدكتور ماجد بن لافي التميمي رئيس اللجنة المنظمة. Yes, it's in English. Yes. وعميد كلية الهندسة بجامعة الملك سعود. والشكر موصول إلى رئيس اللجنة العلمية الدكتور عثمان العثمان على جهود المبذولة خلال الأشهر الماضية مع فريق عمل المميز، لأننا كما لمسنا هذا الجهد كوننا في جامعة الملك فيصل الشريك العلمي لهذا المؤتمر، فكل الشكر لهم وشكر على الكرم الضيافة والاستقبال. Now I'm going to start my presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentation. I'm Dr. Nashi Al-Qahtani, Director of the Date Palm Research Center of Excellence. So today I'm going to talk about the date palm waste innovative product for sustainable environment. Within the context of the title, I will briefly reflect an overview of success story of innovative research center with excellent in King Faisal University, the state-of-the-art scientific research outputs that support environmental, sustainable, and food security. So the presentation include 4 key areas: date palm in Saudi Arabia, total annual palm waste in the kingdom, and development and progress of scientific research in the date palm sector, and the innovative technologies and bioproducts relating to the date palm biomass. So have a look at the date palm in Saudi Arabia. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia comes second in the global production of dates. It's expected in the coming years, with the recent new plantations coming into productions, to rank first globally in annual dates productions. Currently, its annual productions amount is 1,600,000 tons, and these productions represent 17% of the global annual productions. Although a sustainable portion of the production is consumed locally, but the annual export of the date increased recently to reach 321,000 tons. The date palm population in the kingdom is estimated about 34 million pounds. And also, the date palm population represents more than 400 date palm varieties. However, the key commercial varieties are approximately 60. So the total annual palm date waste in kingdom, the annual palm waste from fruiting trees in the kingdom was estimated in 2020 to reach 820,000 tons. So have a look, start with the Riyadh region, range in the waste productions amounting to 201,300 tons, followed by Al-Qasim with 197,994 tons, Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara with 121,996 tons, and the eastern regions with 109,809 tons. So the palm waste in the 4 regions represent about 77% of the total palm waste in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Also, the total amount of the palm waste is expected to increase in the coming years due to the new plantations coming into bearing and the increase in the palm waste per tree. Furthermore, the recent increasing interest on the private sector on the utilization of the palm waste in the productions of added value products is attracting the attention of the date palm growers to the importance of the palm waste. So for the traditional use of date palm waste in kingdom, all these methods are similar to what growers practice in other producing countries. So first, they just leave the collect waste in the farm, or they just pour of the palm waste in the farm. Some farmers, especially with the large plantations, they convert the waste to organic fertilizer as compost, and also limit number of palm growers. Just practically, the smaller farmers use the palm waste manufacturers traditional products like chair, something like chair or table. If you look the commercialization side relating to the date palm waste in the kingdom, we can say about 70% of the waste can be used in added value products such as organic fertilizer, practical board, wood, biofuel, bioplastic, or animal feeds. So have a look at the development and the progress of scientific research in the date palm sector. The Date Palm Research Center, DPRC, in King Faisal University was established in 1983. It was established because of a key recommendation from the first international symposium on the date palm, organized by the King Faisal University in 1982. In 2007, the Date Palm Research Center was conferred to Center of Excellence with the strong financial support from the Ministry of Higher Education at that time. The Date Palm Research Center was then changed to Date Palm Research Center of Excellence. For the vision and mission, the Date Palm Research Center of Excellence launched its activities by forming board of directors and the International Advice Committee. In addition, the 10-year strategic plan 2010 to 2020 was prepared. The plan including the clear vision and mission as started in the slides, and also included realistic strategic objectives and proposed priority programs with implementing activities. It's worth mentioning that strategy plan was built on intensive consultations and constructive workshops with relating stakeholders. Recently, the 5-year development plan 2020 to 2024, based on the outcomes of the 10-year strategic plan 2010 to 2020. So for our center, we have 6 programs: physiology and production program, biotechnology program, sustainable waste management program, engineering precision technologies program, food processing and transformation program, and economic program. The research programs follow an integrated approach in conducting their research programs, and their approach maximize the use on the available resources. In 2011, since 2011, the DPRC has won 4 international awards due to the excellent and distinguished scientific research: Al-Marai Prize for Scientific Innovation in 2011, Khalifa International Award for Date Palm Agriculture Innovative in 2017, Al-Marai Prize for Scientific Innovation to 2019, and the last one, an Arabic Organization of Agriculture Development Award for Research, Study, and Projects in Food Security 2011. So this slide just show you the DPRC exhibitions in Kingfisher University. The DPRC Innovative Technology cover the scientific research outputs, the center research programs. These outputs are often generated through national and international collaborations with the high reputable scientific institutions such as Aramco, SAPIC, Saudi University, and other from France, Spain, US, Japan, China, Egypt, Australia, and etc. Actually, we have a lot of products. Now we have 34 products. Already, some of them get 9 patents of these products. In the coming slides, I will show you some of these scientific innovative products. So we start with the environment-friendly innovative products. And these products we have, and the second one, natural resources innovative products and food innovative products. So start with the environmental friendly innovative products. We have the particle board, wood, bioplastic, UV protections, and sterilization gel. And also one example, or the good example, the KFU, I mean the Kingfisher University, has contracted a key company in the Kingdom, Saudi Investment Recycling Company, CERC, to invest in this DPRC innovative products for mass productions. So this is a good one. And also the natural resources innovative products. We have, this include the water filter, biochar, carboxyl methyl cellulose CMC, fertilizer, and smart hydrogel. And one of the good examples, the smart subsurface irrigation systems in KFU. This innovative technology through Internet of Things, IoT, automatically regular control and monitor irrigation of the palm trees. This one is increased to efficiency of irrigation and save up to 60% of the total of the water consumptions per tree. Other products, like the food innovative products, we have the single-cell protein, animal feed, like also smart nanofilm products, and baby products. I'm not, thank you very much for listening, but I'm not finished with the presentation. We still have some time. I would like to welcome Dr. Majid Sayed. He's head of engineering program, and he will show you some products for the next stage. Please, Doctor. No slide.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Nashi. The current trend in our Date Palm Research Center at KFU University is to develop some product to reduce the waste and to develop product to use the waste, not only to use, but also to reduce. Recently, we noticed that a significant increase in the percentage of unripe date fruits due to maybe climate change or whatever. So this unripe fruit is a waste. From my side, I consider until now the dead palm fruit is a waste, unripe fruit, because just only to use as animal feed, not use for new product until now in commercial. So for reducing this unripe waste, we developed and implemented a new product like intelligent sorting machine to grade the fruit to 3 categories, and this is filed to patent. The first group is to divide the unripe, the ripe fruit as high quality dates, and the second is to fruit, unripe fruit, but can artificially ripened, and the third group is to waste. So, if this machine was used, or the farmer is used this machine, you can decrease this waste to 60% at least, because we published a paper to using solar-powered artificial intelligent and artificial ripening system to ripen the unripe date fruit, and we found promising finding. So if we use this system, we can at least utilize from 60% of unripe fruit. In the second, we designed and evaluated a smart solar-powered artificial intelligent ripening system. If this sorting machine combined with artificial ripening system, we can determine a new solution to reduce this waste. In addition, in our trend, if we produce some products from the waste, but this great conference covered all byproduct from dead palm waste, so I will talk only about the particle board from dead palm waste, as Dr. Nashi mentioned, with Silk Company, and we have promising finding based on the feasibility study, as we find from our research with Silk Company. So if we use this particle board and we use the other waste to produce the insulation boards, we can find also new solution for thermal insulation. So we currently work to produce new product based on polyurethane with particle board to find solution to insulate the building, the cold storage rooms, all these systems. The features of this product is to, number one, low cost and lightweight and easy to produce it from dead palm waste. And we have huge dead palm waste in KSA and Arab countries, at least for dead palm. So if we use this dead palm waste and reducing the dead palm waste, I think, inshallah, we will find a new solution for these challenges. I invite Dr. Hisham to come to talk about the new product based on byproduct of dead palm.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. As Dr. Nashi mentioned, that we have a lot of biomass, but some colleges, our participant colleges in this conference, say it is big problem. If we applied all of these innovative technologies, the industry's part or sector have a problem. I want to continue to production my innovative products, but in this country, I have limited mass production of dead palm wastes. Our team in our center, the Palm Research Center, concerned to the big part of dead palm wastes, cellulose. As Dr. Gassim, thank you for his presentation, describes the novelties to use dead palm cellulose, cellulose wastes, and how to be composite with nanoparticles to be novel characteristics, strength, and stability, and also good for functionality in a lot of products. We concerned about dissolve the realistic problem in industrial sector in our country. So we go through some manufacturer interested for produce filament of bioplastic used in 3D printing. The problem asked us to solve the problem of bioplastic filament. We make a deep research for using dead palm cellulose composite to solve this problem of strength and odorless, and a lot of properties need to replace this from the petroleum sources. Also, the novel one, we produce biodegradable film using dead palm bites powder of the rate of replacement 30% to making biodegradable film used in package of food and covering food materials. The novel one also, we now make a work plan for 2024 to use this section of biomass nanocellulose and composite with polymer to make we can say in several categories like feed, animal feed, new generation of animal feed using this biomass by molecular biology and biotechnology. Also, we design an excellent experiment to use the biomass, cellulose biomass, to using in systemic drug delivery, even in human being, or systemic drug delivery as smart hydrogel for fertilization. Also, we planned to use the biomass as embedded for no conventional source of energy, but a non-conventional source of energy as embedded for produce the hydrogen fuel with composite with a new catalyst. We designed it with our colleges in Science of College and Engineering of Material. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the team of the Dead Palm Research Centers. And Alhamdulillah, you people are doing very good job. I visited in 2018 to your center, you know. And that time I and Prof. Usman have go through the train and we spent some time at your center. So hopefully you will do more research on the date palm, So we appreciated your work. So now we open the stage for the Q&A. If anybody have any question, please can you give the mic to him? You can come. Maybe if you want, you can sit here, Huh? No problem. You are himself.
صباح الخير. Good morning. I'm Anwar Haddad from Jordan. My question, thank you, Dr. Qahtani and the team for this valuable presentation. My question is regarding the economic value, or if we compare how to save these 800,000 tons of fruit waste, if we just improve the practices at the farm level against the industry which we are talking about, how to save or how to recycle or how to reuse these byproducts. From my point of view, I did not consider this as a byproduct. I consider it a loss, actually. So from an economic point of view, what do you think? To go to the industry or to go back and improve our practices at the farm level? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these questions. The specialist, the Dr. Hisham Abdulmanem, he will talk about the economic.
Really, Dr. Biomass is actually fact. Each year, the dead palm tree renewable his frond and leaves, and we have a fruit and bites from using these fruits. It is actually fact for having this matrix of biomass. The good practice in field makes this a lot of biomass in the next or in the future. If you done a good practice, not save dead palm to renewable his leaves, to get our fruits or discard dates within several stages of growth. And finally, in manufacturing of usage or usage of fruits, we have a bite. This actually amount of now of this our treasure of palm tree in KSA around 800,000 tons of biomass. You asked for good practice in field. It is lead us to get more plant wastes.
Thank you for your question. We work in the center by 3 ways. Number one, to reduce the waste before harvesting, and after that, after harvesting, and we need to use the waste because anyway we will have waste. So we, as Dr. Nashi mentioned, we use modern subsurface irrigation system to reduce the unripe fruit, to increase the high quality of the fruit, and also we need to reduce the water for other things, and to increase the cultivation of the dead palm in the country. So this is number one. Number two, after harvesting, we used new technologies such as artificial intelligence, solar powered systems to increase, number one, the quality of the fruit, to save the fruit from the insect, to artificial ripening unripe date fruit, because we have now at least 30% of unripe fruit as a base, can't use for nothing. So this number three, how to use the waste. Number one, for insulation. Number two, for particle board. For, as all professor mentioned, for cellulose, for other byproduct, for use of byproduct. But I don't need to repeat the mentioned. but at least we need to reduce by agriculture practice. Number 2, post-harvest technology. Number 3, using this waste for a good product.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions? The Ramzi have a question. Mike.
Thank you, Doctor, for your nice presentation and for your team. Maybe we have just one question when you're speaking about biodegradable materials. Did you have to do the test of the end of the life of about materials?
Life cycle assessment.
Yes. Thank you for your question. One of colleges in conference focused on this point, but we deal with this with concerned about the quality, not quantity. Even the good practice leads to less amount of biomass. We deal with the nanomaterials or composite or polymerization as technologies to make this maximizing value add. This arid lands, this is strategic crop in KSCA, so it is not stopped to produce this waste we concerned about. As you mentioned, no stop a lot these wastes, but the little amount of wastes in future around this, all of this use this material, we deal with this concerning 1 kilogram in drug delivery, make a lot of batches or a huge of batches in pharmaceutical. Also, this little amount in nanomaterial packaging, a little amount make a lot of batches.
And we found the same result because when you see the presentation, we have a lot of work about different varieties. And when we have a lot of varieties, I think we have different chemical composition.
Yes.
What is the effect here?
Chemical different in chemical. Thank you also. Different in chemical composition related to micro constituents. But we talking about 50% of cellulose. One component equal more than 50% of constituents cellulose. The different composition in the end, just like Dr. Gassim say, in the end equal cellulose. Different sources equal in the end cellulose, but in the another constituents like phenol compound in pharmaceutical product, IMBI in treated. It takes these wastes to treated cancer, liver cancer. Another one take antioxidant, concentrated antioxidant to treat it, the cardiovascular disease. Thank you.
Okay, I think that we are going to stop here the question and Q&A. And now I call Dr. Ramzi to come on the stage to give token of appreciations to. Just all of you, because they can give to you, they will assist them. Come. The moment to give to you is supported by their team. Come, you also hold that one. You are part of that. Look there, look there. Come. Okay, thank you so much from the Dead Palm Research Center team from the King Faisal University. So now we are moving forward. There is some changes in the program. Basically, earlier we have a discussion panel 3, but this discussion panel we shifted to the afternoon. So, and we replace it by the keynote speaker 7, who is come from the far away from Canada. So I just before calling him, I just want to give a brief introductions about him. So Prof. Stanford Blade is going to talk today about the agriculture biomass towards a circular economy. He asked the question by Ramzi. So he is a Canadian agronomist and academic administrator, and he is also the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Life and Environmental Sciences at the University of Alberta. And Professor Blad is a full professor in the Faculty Department of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Science. And he has published around 100 articles, 10 book chapters, and he have attended more than 170 conferences, and he also edited few books. And Dr. Blade is a member of several professional society and international committee, and he is also served as editorial board members in several journals. And he have educational qualification. He done the BSc in genetics, and he obtained his master crop science from the university in the topic on the breeding physiology on the wheat. And Professor Blad's doctorate was awarded by McGill University in plant breeding farming system. So I call the Prof. Blade to please come on the stage and give his keynote talk.
I'll do here, I think. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would just like to thank the organizers for the invitation to come and speak to you. Congratulations on a remarkable research conference. And also to congratulate the organizers of the International Fair. It was quite impressive to see the turnout last night, and the appearance of the minister, of course, was quite extraordinary. And I think I also have to congratulate our host country for being awarded Expo 2030 this week as well. It's been a very good week for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I very much appreciate the introduction. I'm going to give a few opinions, so I just want to remind you of the work that I've done over the last 20 or 30 years. I've worked internationally in the CG system, the FAO system, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm a plant breeder. I feel like I'm amongst many chemical engineers. So you people speak a different language than I do. So it's good to hear some of the things, and I've learned a great deal over the sessions that I have participated in. I've been a CEO of an investment fund that was funding research in ag and food and forestry and the bioeconomy. And for the last 10 years, I've had the good fortune of being the dean of a faculty at the University of Alberta. I don't usually do a geography lesson, but I think it's important for the context of my talk today. I come from the province of Alberta in Western Canada, and you can see the leading industry sectors in our province. Our province has a small population of 4 million people, but we produce now almost 3 million barrels a day of oil equivalent. We have a large oil sands facility in northern Alberta, so we produce a lot of energy that we export to the rest of the world. We have a relatively small size. You can see that our province is a quarter of the size of Saudi Arabia, but there is a theme here that perhaps you can appreciate. When you have a jurisdiction that produces a lot of conventional energy, people ask questions about the bioeconomy. Why should we even be concerned or interested in the bioeconomy? Just a short observation about our university, a globally top-ranked university that's based in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, in the capital city of Alberta. A comprehensive university. This year we will have 44,000 students. We're moving to grow to 60,000 students, and you can see how important it is to have a significant number of international students as well within our faculty. I think we have faculty from almost 110 different countries from around the world. And I needn't tell you because you understand this, but for a broader constituency, the university is an engine of economic development, and the key number here is over $600 million of research funding that drives everything that we do. Just as in your universities, in your institutions, in the National Center, that innovation is what drives the economic opportunity of the future. So I'll talk just a little bit about our faculty. Our faculty is very involved in the bioeconomy, but we're also very involved in the other activities of our province, not only in energy, but we have very strong production in agriculture. I'll show you a few statistics. We have a very active forest sector. And of course, we're trying to work that expertise into developing the bioeconomy in our province. So just a little sense of my faculty that I have the great privilege of serving as dean. We have an extensive number of undergraduate programs that cover all of the elements of agriculture, of food, of forestry, and more, again, you can see the importance of international graduate students, of the innovative work that we do across our province, within the borders of Canada, and beyond Canada. We also have a great opportunity within our faculty. We have almost 10,000 hectares of research farms and ranches. Alberta works on extensive agriculture. We have significant herds of cattle, of beef cattle, to do research in genomics and other work. So not only do we focus on teaching, developing great programs for our students, but also to have a very research-intensive faculty that focuses on the opportunities in the bioeconomy, but of course in ag and food and forestry as well. Just to give you a sense, there's a lot of a very fashionable term these days of being transdisciplinary. And I only just raise our departments to remind you, because I've been seeing the same thing happening in your organizations, it's not enough to just have one discipline. So in our case, we have a department that's very focused on all of the biological opportunities in agriculture. We have a group that also focuses on aspects of the environmental sciences and forestry and the work that goes on there. But we also have a department that looks at the economics of this work and how all of these things will fit together. So just a quick snapshot of Alberta, of where we fit, this energy-rich province, but we're also thinking about all the other opportunities that are going on. Now, we've already heard in this conference the broader context. Of course, agriculture and food are in the news these days, whether it's geopolitics or inflation, the COP28 work talking about the sustainability of the food secure systems across the world. All of these things are the context for how we need to think about the bioeconomy. But we have this rather strange juxtaposition. Whether we think about food or we thinking about biomass, we're trying to increase the resources availability to a population that's going to grow to 9 billion and beyond. But we also want to move that target towards net zero carbon for all the reasons that we're all very aware of. So that becomes a bit of perhaps a contradiction, but it's something that I've already heard in this conference, and just even hearing Professor Belgesom's talk this morning, the first talk, to start thinking about how we change our viewpoint, how we change our lens to use biomass, to use bioproducts in a different way to address some of these issues. So I'm going to give you a perspective from my jurisdiction of why we invest in the bioeconomy. We are driven by the agriculture and food sector. We're driven by forestry. They produce billions of dollars a year for us, but we are based on commodity prices. Many times those prices on a global basis start to go down, and some of our very long-term industries start to look at other ways that they might be able to generate revenue. You can see the list there. What fits for you in a date palm context? Certainly thinking about climate change and moving towards net zero. I'll give you one example from Alberta that was purely driven by a unique technology breakthrough that developed a tremendous opportunity for value addition. So sometimes innovation is the thing that actually makes things work. So I think all of us in our various locations here across this region, thinking about date palm, or in our particular case, we have to understand why we're doing what it is that we're doing. Is it because we have 800,000 tons of date palm biomass? Is that the driver? Or do we think on the other side to what are those products, what are those unique processes that are actually going to create value for the citizens of this country and across the region? So that was the why, but what is the how? In the case of Alberta, and even I will speak more broadly about Canada, it's thinking about a comparative advantage. You've already talked about the fact that you have this large amount of biomass, those 800,000 tons, to start thinking about how that might fit with other areas. I was fascinated yesterday by the discussion about the comparison to forest industries in other parts of the world. We are part of that other part of the world that has significant amount of forest biomass. How does date palm fit into that? And of course, you can see the other things that are so obvious. Once you start to get companies investing, once you start to be able to build on that early success of companies that are starting to make money, that becomes a very powerful motivator to grow the bioeconomy. So let's just talk about the steps that we've seen in Canada. And again, I'll just invite you to compare with what you're currently doing in the entire date palm value-added sector, that entire supply chain. In the case of Canada, we did a great deal of research over decades in all of the biomass that we do. Just as in this conference, I've been so impressed by the work that's going on in characterizing materials, in starting to look at other opportunities. But in the case of Canada, I don't know about here, everything started to come together and coalesce when we started to create a national strategy. And you can see some of the points there of actually connecting industry to government policy, to have some very clear outcomes about how we want to use biomass, to set some financial targets as well. All of these things started to come into play. The second point is that we have to understand how much biomass we have. And again, you've clearly provided, and even just the previous presentation from the National Center, and I thank the CEO, you clearly have a good idea about the amount of biomass that you have. In our case, in Alberta, we have a lot of forest biomass, and on the right-hand side, the chart is not important as far as the y-axis. I can just tell you that the calculation in Alberta is that we can harvest 25 million cubic meters of wood from our forests sustainably every year. We have about 100 million, well, let's call it hectares, 40 million hectares of forest, and we know how much of that wood that we can collect on an annual basis so that the forest can remain sustainable. So that's important, because when companies start to think about investing in using biomass, they need to go to the bank in many cases. They need to be able to show that they're going to have a supply for 20 years. I know this audience already understands that the CapEx for a biorefinery, the capital expenditure, can be hundreds of millions of dollars. And if you don't know what your biomass availability is, and if you do not have a very specific set of targets as to what availability is going to be over an extended period of time, you're going to get into some difficulty. In the same way, in our province, we also have a very active agricultural sector. But again, I've told you that prices can go up and down, but it means that some of the co-products, I also enjoyed the discussion yesterday about whether things are waste or byproducts or co-products. We produce a lot of these products that we send around the world, but there are also co-products that are available that we can incorporate into bioeconomy products. So it gives us some advantages when we have both forestry and agriculture of various sorts. I would just identify beef. We're the #1 producer of livestock, of beef in Canada within our province. But of course, even there are things like animal tallow and other things that are processed. You might have heard about Richard Branson flying across the Atlantic from London to New York last week, using biofuel as the exclusive fuel within a jet airliner. All of these things come together not only in our traditional legacy industries, but how we can turn these things into bioeconomy opportunities. And I've already given you a little bit of a hint about how we measure ourselves as to whether or not we're being successful in establishing the bioeconomy. To be able to understand the availability of our feedstocks, to make sure that both the private sector and the public sector, government policy align on how we're going to build the bioeconomy, unique facilities, new conversion techniques, and then seeing how communities, producers, even small towns and villages and cities, how they get involved in supporting the bioeconomy. All of those things come into play. Some of this is around unique facilities, and I've really enjoyed the talks around nanotechnology when it comes to cellulose nanocrystals or even CNF nanofibers. We also have done a lot of work in this area, just as you have had, and the science here is extraordinarily good. I only put this facility up because it was important for us, once we did that research, to be able, and I just had a discussion with my colleague from Morocco, but what does industry want? Just as was just mentioned, they want a kilo to start to develop their products, or they want 10 kilos, or they want 100 kilos of cellulose nanocrystals. we have to be able to generate that so we can work with our industry partners. It's not sometimes good enough to just bring them a test tube of material, and things like a pilot scale process to produce nanofibers or nanocrystals gave us a real opportunity to engage our industry partners. In the same way, there are new innovative technologies. This is a spin-off company from our faculty. This is an interesting group that takes vegetable oils and turns it into Jet A1 fuel. So we've seen investments from Shell, from Lockheed Martin, because of course those companies are looking for the newest, most innovative technologies in how to drive one of the largest users right now of petroleum-based jet fuels. So to be able to produce Jet A1 fuel coming from a technology originally developed within our faculty all of a sudden captures the interest. This is a pilot scale plant. The company is now looking for support to produce a large commercial plant, like 1 billion liters of biofuel, and I think it's going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years. I know you won't want to hear this, but I'm just going to talk for one slide about the forest sector. The one area that we've seen the most biorefineries, by definition, in our province is in the forestry sector. That forest sector just used to produce solid wood and pulp and paper, and now you can just see a couple of the websites or even some of the news announcements. Our forest companies now are producing biomethanol, almost, in the case of Alberta Pacific, almost 2,000 tons of biomethanol to be used in industrial processes to replace other ways that methanol has been produced in the past. And the bottom slide is talking about a new waste recovery, really it's a lignin recovery to replace using the binding materials for construction, particle boards and others, instead of using petroleum-based products to bind together those construction materials, now to use lignin-based materials to do the same sorts of things. So de facto, we have biorefineries in place. Right now, they are being run from forestry biomass, and those companies are creating new value beyond those legacy products that I mentioned. And I teased this a little bit, so I know that this can't happen a lot, but I've already seen in some of the presentations yesterday how to find those very high value opportunities. So in this case, this is a company, again, that was a spin-off from research done in our faculty that takes one molecule out of oats, the crop that you might be familiar with, a molecule, an aviananthamide, that's very useful in the cosmetics industry, in the personal care industry. They pull that molecule out using a very specialized technique, and they ship this high-value material that's worth thousands of dollars a kilogram from the factory that you see here based in the capital city where our university is to the rest of the world. And why did that happen? Because there was a graduate student working within our faculty with someone that was very involved with supercritical extraction, and they started to realize that there might be very specific ways that they could get this very valuable molecule isolated in a way that no one else had been able to do. And now that's led to the building of a factory, of employing, I think it's over 100 people now in this factory, and the graduate student that worked on this particular process is now the chief scientist for CPRO for this company. So I've told you everything from the scale of forestry companies producing thousands of tons of biomethanol, all the way through to the other side of a company that's making a remarkable revenue stream from a much smaller volume, but because of the value, they also are seeing a great deal of economic benefit. I'm just going to end by talking about things that maybe don't immediately reference date palm, but it's things that we are investing in. You would know of the interest in plant protein as people start to think about maybe moving away or taking the choice to not always use livestock of animal protein. Of course, I've told you that we produce a lot of beef in our province, but we're also working on how you can extract protein out to make all kinds of delightful food products based on plant protein. We are hiring our first person right now in cellular agriculture. So that's precision fermentation. So in case you're looking for a particular, what used to be a dairy protein, now you can actually produce that in a 1,500 or a 3,000 liter fermentation facility, because certain parts of the citizens across the world want to be able to use material that is not generated from animals. Within the University of Alberta, we My president would not allow me to give this talk if we didn't also say that our university is ranked 3rd in the world in machine learning in that part of artificial intelligence. A few months ago, it was just announced that we're hiring another 20 researchers in this area. Our faculty will benefit from this. And I guess it would be a challenge to you, and I've already heard a little bit of the work that's going on around artificial intelligence. How can you use some of these new technologies to characterize the distribution of your feedstock across the region? What are those other data sets that are available that can be interrogated in ways that we couldn't have dreamed of 5 years ago, that those technologies are now available? And I guess I would just finish off, this is a food slide showing the way that Canada has responded to opportunities in the global food markets, but I think we also have to be ready to be able to respond to those green economy opportunities that we heard from Professor Belgerson in the opening talk this morning. So I'll just finish off by saying that our university is very focused on thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals. The Times Higher Education Group just last year named us as 7th in the world in working towards this kind of activity, not only in the research that we do, but the way that our university operates. So we are very proud of that. And I would just say that maybe to conclude, we're thinking a lot about innovation in Alberta, not only in our legacy industries that I've described to you, but also how we can work through the bioeconomy. I've seen very clearly during this conference that you're also thinking the same way. How can you use those innovative ideas to actually have opportunities to have that research, those insights actually implemented in commercial opportunities that will lead to new and different revenue sources? That's certainly something that we're thinking about as well. So I very much appreciate your attention, and I look forward to any questions, or if you'd like to contact me, I will be around for the rest of the day as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
So if any questions, you can disturb him.
Of course.
Yeah. Please give the mic. Very good presentation.
That was fun.
Thank you for the very nice presentation about the University of Alberta. I want to ask about, is there any cooperation between the university and the academic sectors in this area? That's the first question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So was it specifically in Saudi Arabia or more broadly?
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia.
So I would also like to introduce my colleague, Mr. Dan Frederick, is also here from the university's international office. We're going to be having a series of meetings over the next number of days. I know that we're meeting with SALIC, the livestock group here in Saudi Arabia, and we're certainly talking to a number of groups as well. We have a number of students that come to our university from Saudi Arabia. I see some students in the background there. You have amazing educational groups here across the region, but if you want to do a master's or a PhD, of course, you'd always be welcome to come to the University of Alberta. We very much emphasize our international collaborations, and that's certainly one of the intents that we want to do in this visit as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question is related to some concerns about using foods in biofuel, for example. Can you enlighten us on this subject?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I'm sure people heard, but this idea of fuel versus food, you know, obviously that discussion was happening almost a decade ago already. I would say within a Canadian context, we've moved on because most of the kinds of work that we're talking about are using co-products that wouldn't necessarily be going into the food stream for the work that we do. And I grew up on a farm. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather were farmers. If I look at this from the perspective of a farmer, of a producer, it's attractive to be able to sell to people that are producing food or maybe those that are producing fuel. So I understand in an era of food security that we need to be very careful about this topic. But for producers, I think it's interesting that maybe the price for their product might be higher because these various industries are competing with them. But I think we need to be very careful about making sure that food security is highlighted, not only in our parts of the world, but other parts as well. I appreciate the question. Thank you.
There is one question from that. Can you give the mic there?
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah Hamdan. He's a distinguished professor in agriculture engineering. So date and food processing. My name is Saleh Al-Ghamdiya, Chair of Agriculture Engineering Department. I'm on behalf of the Dean of Food and Agriculture Science College. We would like to sit with you further and see where there is an opportunity to explore with the University of Alberta. I, for one, benefited from University of Alberta of a microbial strain that only founded in University of Alberta and Germany. So in my PhD, I was in Washington State. I collaborated with University of Alberta. So we welcome you to King Saud University. We welcome you to Saudi Arabia.
That's very kind. Thank you very much. I appreciate the observation. I'm also very pleased. This is the beautiful thing about science, that level of collaboration to share materials, to make progress. And we very much would welcome the opportunity to discuss further with your university. I was very impressed by the booth that you have and the range of research that is going on. So we will talk after the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very, very nice and complete presentation. Thank you very much for the citations. I just would like to have not really a question, but just an addition to you touch the what we call nano cellulose and so on, and the arising questions which are around them. We have a very, very close collaboration with most of the paper makers, and what we feel is, and what we see is, of course, when you ask people which nanocellulose is available in the market, then they will tell you, okay, cellulose for these nanocrystals and so on. But something which is extremely interesting, nanocellulose today is produced practically everywhere where you have a paper making tools. Yes. But they are used internally. See, they are not commercial product because they are not selling it, they are using it, but for their purpose, especially for very light papers and so on, they use a lot, both for mechanical properties, barrier, and so on. So it means that this, what we call today nanocellulose, which is supposed to be very, very expensive, difficult to reach, difficult to have, is practically an industrial commodity.
I appreciate that observation. Maybe we need to talk more, but as you know, some of the commercial producers, Cellulose you've already talked about, they would argue that they are not doing very well economically. So we'll have to maybe talk about the reasons for that, but I absolutely accept your point. The groups that are already using find it to a great benefit for, certainly in the paper industry and others as well for that internal use. So thank you for the observation.
Any other question?
Very good.
We have ample of time for questions. So if you want to do, yeah, there's one question is coming from back.
Oh, very good.
Because we finish 30 minutes before.
Oh, because we have the tea break. Yes, thank you for this valuable presentation. Do you think that at the current situation at the farm level and farming of dates in the country, how much do we work to prepare ourselves to the next step, to the gates of this new technology? For example, can we make small plants for each farm, or we have to aggregate all of these byproducts, and then we may start with any type of new technology? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I think that this has been one of the biggest issues, and I meant to mention it, but you've given me the ideal opportunity. There's a reason why the forest sector is moving more quickly in Canada around the bioeconomy, because they already have large amounts of fiber. They're very good at organizing fiber collection so that they can run it through their various facilities. when we have activities like use of agricultural straw, maybe from wheat or from barley to make into particle board for construction, you have to organize 500 producers, maybe 1,000 producers to get to the, maybe the hundreds of thousands of tons that you need to run a facility. So I wish I had a very positive answer, but I think for the agricultural community, it's challenging to be able to put together the kinds of volumes that people are looking for. And even when I think about the 800,000 tons that are talked about in date palm, if this is spread across a wide region, if the density of that material makes it difficult or more expensive to transport, all of these things dictate against these kind of bioeconomic opportunities. Where we do see that producers are coming together is on the input side. So in our case, crop producers come together, maybe 100 or 200, and remember, most of the farms in Alberta, I think the average now is almost 1,000 hectares for each individual farm, but those farmers are coming together to buy fertilizer in bulk, to buy other crop inputs in bulk. So they're trying to decrease their costs on the input side, on the cost side, but it's much more difficult to do the kind of thing that you've said at the revenue side. So it's an ongoing issue that people need to be thinking about. Thank you.
I think, any other questions? Yeah, one more.
Thank you, Doctor, for your nice presentation. We already fly with you to Canada, and now I want to ask a quick question. I want to take a small brief about the plant biotechnology in your university. Thank you.
Just to clarify, so the question was around the biotechnology aspect?
Plant biotechnology.
Okay. Thank you. So, clearly the tools that are available. So I'm trained as a plant breeder. I was trained 1,000 years ago. When I look at the plant breeders now, so we have breeding programs in wheat and in canola, the rapeseed, sometimes that people would know, the oilseed crop that's now growing on millions of hectares across Western Canada. And we're using all of these tools. You'll know that there's been a lot of transgenic work that's gone on in a number of crops. This has certainly happened in the case of canola. It started from, of course, herbicide tolerance, but now we're starting to see improvements in the oil quality, the health of things like canola, the rapeseed that people are familiar with in Europe. And we continue to hire new people because this area is expanding so quickly in the technology possibility. And in this case, we do not work by ourselves. We collaborate with many of the global multinational companies because they also are making investments in these areas. So it's every area from understanding the genomics. We do work both in plants, as you've asked about, but we're also leaders in animal genomics as well. So starting to understand the functional genomics of animals and crops, and then starting to incorporate that into our breeding programs, which goes directly to the availability of producers, because when they buy those genetics that have increased yield, that have reduced issues around insect attack or disease attack, that's good news for farmers as well. Thank you for the question.
There are a lot of students are also sitting here. If you want to ask any question, please ask, This is a good opportunity for you to get on this platform. If you have a curiosity, please ask any question. And this is the last question I'm taking. Nobody dare to ask the question?
We will talk later.
Oh, very good. Yeah, good.
Thank you for the great presentation. I come from the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, and I would like to ask about the initiatives or the startup spin-off from the university that is related to recycling and waste management and circular economy.
That's an interesting question. Thank you very much. I appreciate the observation. So our city, where the University of Alberta is based, the capital of Alberta, Edmonton, has been very involved in thinking about different ways of both recycling, but also using what would usually be sent to the landfill. There are a number of new technologies that are being used. So there's a great deal of activity. We could talk about this later, but I think in the city of Edmonton, they've reduced the amount of material that actually goes to the landfill by almost 60% because of some of the new technologies that are being used. So this is very much something that people are working on, but I'd be happy to discuss further as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll share my contact and we can set up a meeting later on.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I call, you just have here. I just call the Prof. Abdullah Al-Hamdan on the stage to give the token of appreciations to Prof. Stanford.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for. So we are about to finish our keynote speaker session, and we are fortunately in this first and second day we are always late, but third day we are working very efficiently and we finish the keynote talks before time. So you have the ample time to enjoy the coffee break. So we are going to meet again at 12 p.m. So you have ample time of 50 minutes to relax and take a coffee, but please stay here. Thank you so much.
فأي قسم يعني المؤتمر هذا هو الفرصة نحن
sorma. you.
Any small write-up? Do you have anything? Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all of you. So I welcome you into the room A, session A4. And this session is going to be moderated by the session chair, Muhammad Ali. So before calling him, I just give the brief introductions about the Muhammad E. Ali. He is a professor at Mechanical Engineering Department, College of Engineering, King Saud University. And he published more than 150 research articles and at the international journals, and also he have around 50 proceedings and seminars, scientific awards, and also he have a patent in related field. So without delay, I call the Prof. Muhammad Ali to please come on the stage and take the session chair. You can invite by yourself. Okay. So because we make the session chair who is also the presenter, so first he is going to present his work and then he will take the charge.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. You want the mic? Or?
I will need a mic, yeah, sure. Okay, good afternoon. Today I'm going to talk to you about the new novel thermal insulation material made from date palm tree surface fibers and palm tree leaves. Okay, and this hybrid with some other material, as we'll see, like the apple of Sodom fibers. and wheat straw fiber. As we see here, this is the palm tree surface fiber, and this is the palm tree leaves. So we're going to test both of them for insulation, to be as an insulation material, and also we're going to test them to be sound absorbing materials. And also we have done some samples in hybrid between the palm tree surface fiber and apple of sodium fiber, and between the leaves and the wheat straw fibers. So as we see, this is the palm tree surface fiber, which I'm talking about, and the leaves, which is the leaves from the grading here, okay, which is like this, okay. So I'm gonna test them, and I'm gonna use them as a hybrid with apple of sodium fiber and with wheat straw fiber. Because apple of sodium fiber, it has very low thermal conductivity. So when we made it hybrid with the palm tree surface fiber or with the palm tree leaves, it gave it more strength. For those of you who are not familiar with the palm tree surface fiber, so the palm tree surface fiber comes, the scientific name of it is Calotropis prothera, and this is the tree. This is the fruit of the tree. It's like the mango fruit, and this is the fruit at its mature time. It's open up, and this brown seeds. So we incubate it and take off the brown seed, and this is the white fibers which we are interested in, okay? So this is what we call the apple of sodium fiber. It grows up in desert areas by itself. It doesn't need so much assistance, okay? Its root goes down 5 meters, so it can get the water which it needs. In fact, in Arabic, they call it al-ushar or al-ush. And the slang language for it, in Arabic also, they call it shajarat al-shaitan. Why? Because when it cuts a little piece of it, there is a little liquid comes out of it. It's like milk. It can make irritation, and you can hurt your eyes. So in order, when I go to collect it, I use to have a goggles and gloves to keep my hands, okay? And in medicine, they use it to make some Band-Aids, okay, and some antibiotics. This is how the process goes. We collect the fibers, and this is the mold. We put it in the mold, okay, press it, and then move it to the oven, okay, and then after completely dry, we move it to the heat flow meter to measure the thermal conductivity. And these are some samples made only from palm tree surface fiber, just as a little introduction, okay? And we can make it like a cylindrical shape to can roll it about the any pipe or something like that, okay? This is the thermal conductivity, and as we see here, this is the thermal conductivity of the apple of sodium fiber. It's very close to the ASME standard, so it's very good. Here is two samples. One is high density, higher, but this is low density. And this is another two samples which are very close to the ASME standard. So it has a very good thermal conductivity coefficient. That's why I hybridate with the palm tree surface fiber and with the pineapple palm tree leaves. Okay, this is the sound. We measure the sound absorption coefficient to see its ability to absorb the sound The higher density one, it's good at high frequency, and the low density one, it's good at low frequency. The other one, it's good at high frequency. This is the fiber. It's very silky. It's like hair. So the size of the fiber diameter between 5.56 up to 20 micrometers. This is the thermal degradation of the apple of sodium fiber. Okay, it's stable up to 222 degrees centigrade. Okay, and this is the at 50 weight decreased by 50%. Okay, at about 300. Now we start about our major talk, which is the palm tree surface fiber. We have done 4 samples, and we used cornstarch as a binder. So everything is natural. We are not using any chemical treatment, no chemical treatment at all. We just use cornstarch solution with different concentrations, and we have done 4 samples with different densities. Okay, A, B, C, and D. Okay, and this is the percentage of the polymerized fibers, polymerized cornstarch in the fiber. Okay, and the thickness. This is one sample of it. Okay, it's using the cornstarch as a binder. Okay, and the thermal conductivity around 0.05. Okay. So these 4 samples with different densities, and this is the thermal conductivity. And as we see here, when you use the palm tree surface fibers alone, it has a thermal conductivity between 0.045 up to 0.065, and of course it increases as the density increases, and it's away from the STMIA standard. That's why when we compare this to the palm tree, to the apple of sodium fiber, the one for apple of sodium fiber was close to STM standard. That's why our next step is to make a hybrid between 2 of them to make the producing thermal conductivity to be lower than this. And this is a variation of the thermal conductivity with the density at various temperature. Of course, it increases as the temperature increases, and for fixed temperature, it increases as the density increases. This is the sim of the surface fiber, the diameter between 12 micrometer up to 55 micrometer for palm tree surface fibers. This is the TGA for that, which shows that the palm tree surface fiber is stable up to about 232, where it only loses 8.5%, which it could be related to the water vapor vibrated at that range. And this is the degradation temperature at 50% degree degradation at about 364. So if you compare this, it's very good to be used as an insulation since it is stable up to this temperature. And this is the derivative, which shows that the major degradation occurs in these 2 temperature limits. Now we turn your attention to the hybrid ones. These hybrid ones with apple of sodium fiber. Okay, so we expect to lower the thermal conductivity and to make it more strength. Okay, sample of this is this one. Okay, the white here is the palm tree. This is from sandwich okay, apple of sodium fiber in between, and from here and here, there is sandwich between palm tree surface fiber, and we have different sample, different composition, different percentage of the apple of sodium fiber with the palm tree surface fiber. The first one, it's a pure palm tree surface fiber. This one is a percentage, different percentage, and all of them, they are using cornstarch as a binder. This is the fiber of the palm tree, of the apple of sodium fiber, and this one for the palm tree. So this hybrid, it's between these two with different composition according to this table. Okay, this another two sample, and this sample 5 and 7 we use just for comparison wood adhesive as another binder for this sample, and here we use white cement as another binder, just for comparison between different binder and what its effect on the thermal conductivity. As we see here, this is the samples 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sample number 1, it's a pure palm tree surface fiber. No, it's not hybrid with any, so it's only by itself, but it's with cornstarch as a binder. Sample 2, apple of sodium plus palm tree surface fiber plus the cornstarch. The percentage of cornstarch is 28. And as we see, when we add the apple of sodium fiber to the palm tree surface fiber, we notice that the reduction, a clear reduction in the thermal conductivity coefficient from pure palm tree surface fiber to the first hybrid. And as we increase the percentage of apple of sodium fiber to the palm tree surface fiber, we get more decrease, more enhancement in the thermal conductivity coefficient, as we see in number 3 and in number 4. Getting more closer to the ASME standard. These two samples to see the effect of thermal conductivity between sample number 5, okay, which use the wood adhesive as a binder, not cornstarch. And the number 7, it used white cement. And it's clear that the wood adhesive give more enhancement to the thermal conductivity coefficient, and they made it close to the ASTM standard. Okay. Here is a comparison between the three thermal conductivity corresponding to the three samples. One used the wood adhesive. Okay. This is used cornstarch, which is number 4. This is white cement, number 7, and this one is using the wood adhesive. The best of them is the wood adhesive as a binder. It's very close to the ASME standard. Okay. Of course, this related to the pure thermal conductivity of the cornstarch is very high. So when you add it to the fibers, it makes it higher. But it is here we test the sound absorption coefficient for the hybrid ones, and as we see here for this sample number 2, apple of sodium plus palm tree using the cornstarch, we tested from both sides, A and B, which is this sample. So this is the sample, okay, and this is the palm tree surface fiber from both sides sandwich, and the one in the middle is apple of sodium. Oh. Oh, yeah, 30 minutes, invite to speak. Okay. So this is the sound, and as we see, most of them, they have better sound absorption. It's well known that when sound absorption is 1, it's complete absorption. When sound absorption is 0, no absorbent. Okay, this is the table to show the other study used the date palm leaves, okay, with the other wheat straw fiber as a loose sample or a bound sample. Some of them using cornstarch, some of them using the wood adhesive as a binder. These are the samples, different samples. These are the loose, these are the bound with only the binder cornstarch, and this with cornstarch hybrid. All these are the hybrid with wheat straw. This shows the diameter of the wheat, of the straw fibers, okay, 1.28 millimeter minimum. And this to show the multicellular of the wheat straw, shows the big diameter and the multicellular diameter of the porous ones. This is the sum of the date palm leaves, okay, and this is the thickness of the leaves, okay, thickness of the leaves. This is the TGA. For that, it also shows that the date palm leaf are stable up to 213. It's only lose 10%, and the 50% degradation occurred at 356. Okay, and degradation at 70% at 503. So it means it is stable. So it can be used as thermal insulation. This is the moisture content, okay, experiment we have done to see how much is the fiber can absorb water. So it's a moisture content about only 5%. This is the thermal conductivity coefficient. As you see here, the loose fiber. So the loose fiber, of course, has a lower thermal conductivity, and when you add the binder, so it increased. And here it shows when we use this to show the effect of moisture on the palm tree leaves. If the palm tree is not dry enough, so it means it has a little water, so it will give a high thermal conductivity, like this one. When we oven dried it, we get this one. So it's very good when it's dry. Okay, and these are the thermal conductivity for all the hybrid sample, and all of them below 0.065. So it's very good to be used as a thermal insulation. This is the sound absorption coefficient for the hybrid one using the palm tree leaves. Okay, as we see, most of them in this range, which is the communication range of sound, so it is very good at most frequency. It's higher than 0.5 for most samples. This is the 3-point bending, okay, has been done for the hybrid sample, and this is the Young's modulus and the stress and the strain using the universal testing machine. So, conclusion, new natural insulating material are described and developed from different agrofibers such as date palm leaf, palm tree surface fiber, and their hybrid with wheat straw fiber and apple of sodom fiber. Thermal conductivity of loose fiber, bound fibers, and hybrid ones are less than 0.07, which is very good to be considered for sound and insulation and thermal insulation. The developed sample have good sound absorption coefficient. The both DBL and palm tree surface fiber are stable at high temperature, greater than 200. They are eco-friendly insulating material, natural, safe, no harmful or on human being. For more details, these are some of the publications. Acknowledgement, okay. The Apple of Sodom fiber was sponsored by this, okay, and also we acknowledge the Dean Chair of Scientific Research, and these are my research teams. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Ali, for giving a very good information about, especially for the insulation board, you know, from the date palm. So now the floor is open for the questions. If anybody have anything to ask, please. Because we have limited time. Any questions? If no questions, yeah, ask. Can you give the mic to him?
Good morning, sir. I would like, thanks for excellent presentation. I would like to ask to you, what's about the void contents in your material?
Void content. Yeah. Void content.
Void content, yes.
Okay. Well, we didn't study the void content, but you know, when you use a loose sample, it has a lot of void content, and this void content, it has a small diameter. That's why we show the thermal conductivity is very low. When we add the binder, this void porous, it filled with, most of them filled with the binder. That's why we found the thermal conductivity increased, okay? So it's good to have a void porous medium as long as, because air will be inside, and the thermal conductivity of air is about 0.03, okay, as long as heat is conducted by conduction. So, but if this void is large, so it will be conducted by convection, and this will increase the thermal conductivity.
One question more, if there is, otherwise we can start at the presenter. Okay, I think no questions, so you take the charge and start.
Okay. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Haydar Al-Abdallah. I don't know if he's, oh, okay. Dr. Haydar Al-Abdallah, he's from United Arab Emirates, and he's gonna talk about cellulose argols made from date palm wood for heat insulation in construction. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Okay, how do we, next?
This one for next, this one for back, and this is a point.
Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Let me go back. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Haydar Al-Abdallah. I'm from UAE University, and I work under the supervision of Professor Basim Abu Jadail. And today I will be speaking about my PhD topic, which is cellulose aerogels made from date palm wood for heat insulation in construction. Okay. Okay, so to begin with, as you can see here in the GCC region, and especially in KSA, United Arab Emirates, and the other date palm producing countries, date palm trees are widely planted and spread and farmed. These plants, as we have seen in the previous days, they produce, of course, important fruits for human consumption, which is dates and their derivatives such as sugar, syrups, and many other products that are important for human and food consumption. However, they produce also huge agricultural waste. This agricultural waste mostly is the date wood. It is estimated that each palm tree produces around 15 kilograms of wood per year. Now, these agricultural waste, they need to be utilized. On the other hand, we have another problem, which is in countries with extreme weathering conditions, such as the GCC, where we have extreme hot weather, or in Europe and North America, where we have extreme cold weather, there are continuous heating and cooling of the building to maintain livable conditions within the buildings and within the walls. Now, to solve this problem, there is something called heat insulation that's placed in the walls to preserve the heat and reduce the energy loss. The problem is that some of these insulations, or actually the majority of them, are derived from fossil fuels, such as expanded and extruded polystyrene, which are derived from petroleum. And on the other hand, mineral wool and the glass wool, in the process of their production or their use, they can cause some respiratory issues. Now, what's the aim of my project? The aim is to solve both problems simultaneously. So at the same time, we want to solve the problem of the huge agricultural waste that's produced from the date palm trees wood, and also provide sustainable and biodegradable heat insulators. So the project is about fabricating cellulose aerogels from the wood that's obtained from the date palm waste. What is cellulose and what are aerogels? That will be next. Okay, so cellulose actually is an organic compound, and it is the backbone and the main component of the wood. Moreover, it is the main component of the cell wall of green plants, and this makes it the most abundant organic polymer on Earth. On the other hand, aerogels, as you can see there, it's in, let me see, point, yes, here. This is an aerogel. Aerogels actually are highly porous material that has low density, extremely high surface area, low thermal conductivity, and low electrical conductivity. Aerogels, they can be made from different materials. There are silica aerogels, carbon aerogels, and cellulose aerogels. And of course, cellulose aerogels is the most common bio-aerogels. Bio-aerogels means that aerogels derived from sustainable and biodegradable materials. Okay, so how do we prepare aerogels? First one, we have here the date palm vipers obtained from the date palm wood waste, from the wood agricultural waste. Then we do size reduction, or let's say crushing or grinding, to make it into powder. The next step is the cellulose extraction. As I mentioned, cellulose is the main component, other two being lignin and hemicellulose. So the first step is the removal of lignin. This is done by a process called delignification, by immersing the powder in a solvent containing alkaline treatment, usually NaOH, under specific concentration, duration, and temperature. Moreover, we do the bleaching, which is the removal of the hemicellulose using sodium chloride, also under specific conditions of temperature, duration, and concentration. Here we can see, here is the wood powder. Here is the delignified wood powder, and here is the pure cellulose, without lignin and without hemicellulose. Okay, so the next step is to dissolve cellulose in ionic liquid. After we dissolve cellulose in ionic liquid, we will obtain gel-like material. This gel-like material, we put it in a mold with a cylindrical shape, disc shape. The next step is the coagulation. In the coagulation, the ionic liquid will come out, and water will come inside in the aerogel, due to osmosis, due to the high concentration of the ionic liquid and low concentration of water. After that, we get what we call cellulose hydrogels, which is basically a network of cellulose particles connected with water. The final step is freeze drying, and it can be replaced by supercritical CO2 drying to obtain the cellulose aerogels. Cellulose aerogels are sponge-like material that enjoys a high porosity, high surface area, and low thermal conductivity. Now, I mentioned that we dissolve cellulose in ionic liquid. Some might ask, why do we use ionic liquid? Is that because of cellulose, it has a highly complex structure that has intra and intramolecular bonds, which makes it very difficult for common solvents such as ethanol, methanol, water, or what's called organic solvent, to penetrate these cellulose chains and dissolve cellulose. Therefore, complex solvents such as salt hydrates and ionic liquids are capable of dissolving cellulose. In our study, we use BMIMCl, which is a type of ionic liquids. Of course, there are other ionic liquids, but in our study, we use this one. Now, what are the two systems we prepared? The first one is we obtained lab-grade cellulose from Sigma Aldrich that is highly pure in order to use it as a reference for our work. The second system is the cellulose obtained from date palm wood. That's the second aerogels. The concentration are 3, 5, 7, and 9 weight%. That is of cellulose with respect to the solvent, which is ionic liquid. And the aerogels were tested for the important properties of thermal insulation, which are thermal conductivity and the density. In addition, material characterization such as FTIR, XRD, and scanning electron microscope were also applied to further understand the material. Okay, here we can see the density and the thermal conductivity. For the aerogels obtained from date palm wood, we can see the trend is clear, whereas as the concentration increases, the density of the aerogel increases. For lab-grade aerogels, it increased up to 7%, then dropped at the 9%. Now, this needs further study and further investigation to know why the peak was at the 7% concentration, not the 9. However, the range for the thermal conductivity, it is from around 0.07 to maximum 0.15, which of the density from 0.07 to 0.15 gram per centimeter cubed, which makes it very suitable for thermal insulation. On the other hand, there we have the thermal conductivity. As we can see that the thermal conductivity trend is almost identical to the density trend. So as the concentration of the aerogel, the cellulose increases, we have higher thermal conductivity. For the lab-grade aerogels, it increases up to 7%, then decreases on the 9%. However, the range is from 0.035 up to 0.07, which is much comparable to the commercial heat insulation, such as expanded and extruded polystyrene. Here we have the FTIR and XRD. It was done for the FTIR for the 3% lab-grade cellulose and 3% cellulose obtained from date palm. We can see that there's a huge peak of the OH and other peaks for C double bond O and CO corresponding to the content of the cellulose. Moreover, XRD test was done, and we can see a peak of around 22, which corresponds to the content of the cellulose in all the components, the 3%, the 7%, and the 3 and 7% obtained from the date palm wood. Okay, finally, we have the scanning electron microscope. In the scanning electron microscope, we can see the structure of the aerogel. It is a highly porous material that consists of sheets above each other. Here we have the 3% sampled aerogel obtained from the lab-grade Sigma Aldrich cellulose. We can see that there are a lot of voids, which makes the cellulose aerogels highly porous and enjoys low thermal conductivity. For the 3% of the date palm cellulose aerogels obtained from date palms, we can see that there are small residuals or particles, and the structure is not as organized, but it is similar in terms of the density and the overall structure. Here we have the 7% from lab grade and 7% from the date palm cellulose aerogels. We can see that at 7% it has higher density, higher material, and it's also highly porous. Now this higher density causes higher thermal conductivity, and also it makes the material more dense, and the structure is more complicated. Now, we concluded from this work that cellulose aerogels obtained from date palm wood that was turned into cellulose are highly effective for this application. They enjoy a low thermal conductivity and low density, which is similar in behavior to the commercial heat insulators such as expanded and extruded polystyrene. It is renewable, biodegradable, and environmentally friendly heat insulators. However, how can we further enhance the process? As I mentioned, for the extraction of cellulose from date palm trees, we use sodium chloride and NaOH. These can be replaced by green methods such as ionic liquids. And finally, other tests that help to further understand our material should be conducted, such as BET analysis, which shows the surface area and the porosity. That's still yet to be done. Moreover, mechanical properties such as tensile and compression also need to be further studied to evaluate the mechanical integrity of the cellulose aerogels. Thank you very much for listening. That was the presentation. Any questions, please? Thank you. Yes, we have 2 questions. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
So I have a question. My name is Muhammad Hamid. I'm from Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi.
Good.
So the first question I have regarding, you mentioned green methods that you are going to use. I suggest perhaps apart from reducing environmental effects,
Yes.
maybe it's also to reduce the cost.
Yes.
So what methods are you going to look into? That's the first question. Second question, on your data on the density and thermal conductivity.
Yes.
I
Can you go back to the slides? How can we go back to the slides? Yes. It's not showing the slides.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine. I have.
Yes, here it
Yeah.
is. Yes.
So the next question is on the. So this question is about which grade methods are you going to use. So the other question is on the data and the data on the density and thermal conductivity.
Yes.
You say that you are going to look on why it decreased.
Yes.
Perhaps there is some change, and you could probably maybe repeat the experiment and see the standard deviation of this data that you have.
Yes.
Another question is on another comment is the SEM images. Please, can you? So the SEM images, I mean the quality of the images, I don't think is very satisfying. Especially the next, because first thing, how is it called? The magnification is very, very low. Another thing, maybe you could have because during ionic liquid preparation or maybe bleaching method, you could have the nanofibers inside the I mean the final product you have.
Here.
So maybe if you could, especially the second one, sorry. Can
Yeah,
you no, the second SEM image.
The second, this
Yeah,
page?
exactly. So maybe you could have I mean nanoporous structure if you zoom in better to see what is you have.
Yeah.
And I think that's all. And then you compare your data with PET, it's fine.
Thank you. Yeah. For the first question, actually, regarding the use of green methods, we aim to use green ionic liquids, which is BMIMCl, and those can be regenerated, the solvents, and used again for dissolving more cellulose. So that's why. And we aim to enhance the process by using ionic liquid in the extraction of cellulose from the date palm wood, not using the traditional NaOH and sodium chloride. This is yet to be done in the future. Regarding the density and thermal conductivity, actually the test was repeated. So those are duplicates. So, and it shows the same trend. That's why I said it needs to be further studied. Maybe it reached the saturation at 7%, maybe at 9% there is some residuals. And for the SEM, thank you for the comment. Maybe we will try to do it in another department or another university, maybe at your university, at Khalifa University.
You're welcome.
To get better pictures. Final comment, any more? I forgot to answer.
It's fine, I think.
Yeah.
So regarding maybe you, apart from doing this chemical treatment using other green solvent, I would suggest to you maybe you should look into mechanical processes.
Yeah, sure.
At any time, mechanical processes are much cheaper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
كان في سؤال ثاني ولا لا؟
Let us thank our speaker again. Thank you very much. Okay, so to catch the time, so we have to call Dr. Arno Fruhold from Germany. He's going to talk about oil palm trunk and the fiber utilization, flow of material, nutrients, and carbon. The floor is yours.
So thank you very much for the introduction. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be back up here and talk to you. And I'd like to take you on a journey to Malaysia again. And excuse me, please, that I'm talking on oil palm. But what I'm going to explain is valid for all the palms. If we think of using palm fiber or even the fruits, it is important. So if we look to the oil palm, I already talked about the day before yesterday, so we have a very high productivity and a high area. So oil palm are the #1, and the area is bigger than all the other palms together, almost. And the oil palms have quite a short life. They are felled because of declining oil production after 25 or 30 years. And when clearing, we have a huge amount of biomass on the site. So it's about 130 on average dry tons of biomass per hectare. This is impressive compared, for example, to date palm or to other palms. So it is obvious that we are thinking of using a part, at least a part of this material. But when we went to Malaysia, when we went to Indonesia and presented concepts for big industry, even for big industry, using 100,000 cubic meters, 200,000 cubic meters, we were told, no, 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 no. All the material contains a lot of nutrients, and you are taking away our nutrients, and we have to compensate fertilization. So we decided to look more deeper into this problem. Also, we have been engineers and technicians. So we looked first on what is done with the biomass. Traditionally, oil palm biomass at the time of clearing is burned to get rid of it and to sanitize the plantation area. So it's piled together in rows, 100-meter distance. With the help of diesel, it's burned, and Southeast Asia was dark at the end of the dry season because of the smoke. Then this was forbidden, so the zero burning strategy was introduced by law in most of the countries, or in all of the countries. And what is done today, the biomass is chipped and distributed on the ground. And you imagine 130,000 tons chipped, 130 tons chipped on a hectare is a layer of about 10 centimeters thickness. And fungi and beetle love this method because we have a lot of different fungi, Scanoderma, for example, and they grow and grow and grow, and the biomass is gone more or less after 6 months, after 12 months, because we are in the tropical rainforest, so it's always wet and humid, and so the fungi love this environment. So the idea could be, it doesn't matter if we take out a part of it, it is rotten anyhow, so let's think about that. And this fits perfectly in the whole process chain. I already just presented this on the day before yesterday. So when we look on the resource, on the products, on the processing and so on, one of the aspects is the nutrient balance or the nutrient export we are doing with taking biomass out of the plantation. Okay, if we look to the biomass balance, so on the left column we have all the 30 years production figures. 270 tons per hectare are produced in fronds of leaves, 250 in fresh fruit bunches, 75 tons in form of trunks, and so on. And when we look on the right column, we see what's remaining after 25 years. So it's about 25 tons of fronds and leaves, 5 tons of fruit bunches which have not been used, 75 tons of trunks, 25 tons of roots, so we have the 130 tons left over. 50% or even more than 50% are the trunks. And so the idea is to use first the trunks and maybe also a part of these 25 tons remaining of the fibrous biomass. And if you look to the production of leaves and fronds, it's 270 tons over time. And so the idea could also be to take out every year a certain amount of that material. So the same we did with nutrient balance. You see in the left column, you see the uptake of nutrients over 30 years, the lifetime. It's altogether 19 tons of nutrients are taken up by the oil palms. 6.6 end up in the fresh fruit bunches. And on the right column, you see the nutrient accumulation at the end of the lifetime when the plantation site is cleared. So this is something around 3 tons. And most, at about 10 tons, is recycled because from the leaves and fronds. And so if we take out now this fiber material at the end, the trunks, for example, then we interfere in the nutrient balance. But is it really a problem? When we look on a new plantation, so after clearing, during beginning of the wet season, it is replanted, and we have small plants, 2 years old, and we have a spacing of 9 by 7 meter normally. So this is 63 square meter per plant. But if you look on this small table, you see the root area. Of course, a small plant has a very small root area. And so if you look on the picture on the bottom, you have the small plants, and the space in between the small palms is rather large. And if we pile up all our biomass evenly on the area, we will lose the biomass because the biomass rots within at least 12 months, or everything is gone after 24 months, and the nutrients are washed down to the deeper soil, and they cannot be reached by the small new palms. So a significant part of the nutrients from the remaining biomass is already lost to the deep soil. And this has to be compensated later on. So that's why the idea was to take out some of the biomass and think about an intelligent compensation with fertilization. So just a few figures. I don't talk about all the figures. If you see more to the right side, the very last, the second column, total, you see what is in the availability at the time of clearing. It's 1,100 kilograms of nutrient on a hectare. If you look to the lower table, part of the table, what a palm needs when it's young, 0 to 3 years, it needs approximately 40 kilograms. Then, if it's 9 years old, up to 9 years, needs about 140 kilograms. So if you compare these figures, you see it would take 10 years for the palms, theoretically, to consume the nutrients which are on the ground instantly after felling. And so in the time in between, most of the nutrients have gone. And so we also did a lot of studies. What is the nutrient content of the different parts of the biomass? Here, for example, for fresh fruit bunches. we did a lot of studies on oil palm trunks. So we looked where are nutrients, which type of nutrients are in the oil palm trunks, and so on. And then we made some comparison. This table, we have on the left column the biomass produced, and in red we have the nutrient quantity, the red figures. Let's concentrate on the red figures. If we don't use, we keep the red figures, the nutrients, except with the fruit bunches. They are exported anyhow. If we, the third column is if we use a certain part, and our strategy was we use 25% of the leaves and fronds, and 75% of the trunks at the end of the life cycle. And then we calculated the product manufacturing and everything, and we looked how much residues do we have available for likely return as a fertilizer. This was some kind of a balance. And the idea was that we take residues, which contain already nutrients, produce from the residues pellets with the help of urea-based glue, because urea makes up 50% is already fertilizer. And we could add to these pellets during production the ashes from burning, the remaining biomass, and we also can add artificial nutrients, artificial fertilizer. So according to the needs of the soil we are talking of. And then we, with an intelligent hardening system of the urea glue, we could even define the time of release of the nutrients. Could be 3 months, could be 12 months, could be 3 years. And so the idea is to bring back some fiber mass together with nutrients to the area in the plantation where it's needed. The advantages would be we have it only in that area where the nutrients are necessary around the new palms for the first 10 years. And the nutrient release is adjustable to the local conditions. And we have little loss of nutrients, which are quite expensive. So this is the concept. We developed the concept for a few plantation companies in Malaysia. And I told you that there's also already a sawmill under construction. They will use 200,000 cubic meter of trunks. And they most likely will apply this concept. So we take out fibers, we take out the trunks, we produce panels, MDF panels, for example. We produce lumber for furniture or for building purposes. The residues are partly burned for energy generation and partly pressed into pellets. And the ash from burning is incorporated into the pellets, and we can, on the bottom here, you see external nutrients we can also apply, and so we get pellets to be brought back to the plantation. So this has quite a good advantage. You see again the mass balance, and if the fibers are used, and the concept at the moment is 20% of the fronds and leaves. This is 50 tons. From the 50 tons, we bring back the half of the material and 75% of the trunks. From that, about 1/3 would come back in form of pellets and nutrients. So in total, we would have 105 tons over 30 years from 1 hectare. This is about 16% of all the biomass produced, so this is not a very big part of the whole biomass and the whole mass of nutrients. So I think that's all. We are short in time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Any question?
No questions, so thank you very much. I think I take this that everything is clear and you will apply this concept or similar concepts.
Let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katja Fruold from Germany. Gonna talk about cross-limited timber, CLT, made from oil palm wood. Alicia Genidinus Ishak.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm working at Ostwestfalen-Lippe University of Applied Sciences and Arts, which is very difficult to pronounce, I know. And since 2014, we are working with coconut palm wood, and since 2015, my working group is dealing with oil palm wood. Most projects were in close cooperation with the industry. Today, unfortunately, the results for the CLT are not ready right now. So today I will present the glue-laminated timber, which we tested earlier, and which are finished now, the investigations. So I will present the glue-laminated timber made from oil palm wood today. Over the last 2 days, we already heard so much interesting information on current and future availability of palm wood, why we should use the palm wood and its anatomical structure, that I would like to jump in with the elastomechanical properties of oil palm wood. The properties are varying extremely compared to common wood species. Without grading, according to relevant product properties, the 5th percentile, for example, of the strength would be very low. Too low for market competitive products. Therefore, grading is without alternative. All elastomechanical properties depend on the height within the trunk, because the cells at the bottom are much older than those on the top. The cell wall thickening during the lifetime of the cells results in better properties. Therefore, older palms have better properties at the same position than younger palms. And the position within the cross-section at a certain trunk height has an influence on the mechanical properties as well. This is because of the number of the vascular bundles per unit area. Therefore, the density and the elastomechanical properties are rising from the center to the periphery of the cross-section. But without knowing the age of the palm and the position along the height, the number of vascular bundles per square unit is not a sufficient grading criteria. And of course, the density is much easier to determine. The material properties of oil palm wood are very challenging, but good for many uses. Within the context of a research project, we tested glue lam lamellae, in tension parallel to the vascular bundles. We produced and tested combined glue-laminated timber from density-graded oil palm wood in banding and compression, parallel and perpendicular to the vascular bundles. Because of the property gradient within the cross sections, the peripheral boards show a great property variation within one board. The diagram shows on the y-axis the density profile over a 160 millimeter wide board, and on the x-axis, and the width is on the x-axis. Directly under the cortex, the density is around 800 kilogram per cubic meter, which decreases very steep within the first 4 centimeter to 300 to 350 kilogram per cubic meter in the board center. The outer 20 millimeter on the right section and on the right side and the cortex are missing. In this example, we produce glulam lamellus of 50 millimeter width, which is very small for glulam production. On the left, the 50 millimeter lamellas are cut from the periphery only according to their geometry. So the lamella A would have a density gradient from 800 kilogram per cubic meter on the left edge with a tensile strength of about 35 megapascal. And on the right edge, it would have 350 kilogram per cubic meter with a tensile strength of about 7 to 8 megapascal, so less than 1/5. This lamella is far away from a homogeneous lamella. On the right, the same lamella is ripped according to the density profile in stripes with an individual width and homogeneous density. In our case, we produced 4 density classes A to D. The widths result from the set density limit values. For lamella production, the stripes are edge glued and cut to a width of 50 millimeter. Depending on the limit values of the density, the ripped and the glued lamellas have more or less homogeneous properties. As more density classes, as more homogeneous the lamellas. I won't focus so much on the determination of the density, so we did it with X-ray absorption rate using the dense lab X from electronic wood systems. And we gave them a special calibration and raw data filtering. On the peripheral boards from the first trunk section, the density at 3 meter height is much lower than at 0.5 meter height and therefore relevant for the ripping. Because no grading standards and no strength class system exists for all palm lumber, the strength grading classes for European wood was used. Because the lowest strength class is C14, the characteristic values for the strength class C10 and C12 were extrapolated. For the calculation of the forecast limits, the statistical correlation model, according to the European standard, was used. So we produced 20 combined beams with different beam setups from 6 lamellas with a height of 102 millimeter and a width of 50 millimeter. The same resin was used for gluing the GLT as for the edge gluing. Pressing was done on a modified press commonly used for CLT production. The modulus of rupture and the local and the global modulus of elasticity were determined in a 4-point bending test according to European standard. And after the bending test, 2 types of compression test specimen parallel to the vascular bundles were cut from both ends of the bending specimens. The large specimens were taken over the entire cross-section of 6 lamellas, and small specimens with 2 lamellas were taken from the compression and from the tension zones. Altogether, we had 41 large specimens and 150 small specimens for the compression test parallel to the vascular bundles. For the compression test perpendicular to the vascular bundles, we produced extra specimens with a height of 204 millimeter, width of 100 millimeter, and length of 250 millimeters out of 12 lamellas. You see the arrangement of the lamellas on the right. The compression tests were carried out according to the European standard. The tension test on the glue lamellas parallel to the vascular bundles was carried out as well according to the European standard, with a free test length of 9 times the width of the lamellas, so 9 multiplied by 50 is 450 millimeter. And the elongation was measured with a long travel extensometer. This figure shows the properties of the all palm wood as a function of the density for the full-size test specimens in red and for small-size defect-free test specimen from another project in black. Independent of the specimen size, all palm wood shows a higher correlation to the density compared to dicotyledones. This is caused by the much larger density range for all palm wood, and this results in a larger density range of the property larger range of the property values. All strength and stiffness values of the full-size specimens parallel to the vascular bundles increase with the density by power law relationship, with similar exponents, except of the banding specimens, which might be due to a comparable low number of test specimens and a very low density range because of the combined GLT. And the properties from compression test perpendicular to the vascular bundles are constant, which might be as well due to the quite low number of test specimens and the low density range as well. The exponents correspond to the results for all palm wood on small test specimens. In contrast to common wood species, the strength of the full-size test specimen in the left figure is above them of the small-sized for the compression strength perpendicular to the vascular bundles is in the same range. The large and the small-sized test specimen for the tension strength parallel and the bending strength are slightly below for the compression strength parallel to the vascular bundles. So the size does not influence the strength values because the elastomechanical properties depend on the anatomical structure at the microscopic level. Main influencing factors are the density, but also the age of the palm, the location within the trunk, so the height and the cross-section, and probably the oil palm subspecies, differences between individual palms and plantation sites. For the full-size test specimens, the compressive strength to the vascular bundles is only about 1.2 times the tensile strength parallel, which is much higher, much lower compared to a low-grade softwood. There we have 2.2 times. The bending strength is about 1.7 times the tensile strength, which is in the range of low-grade softwood. There we have 1.9. And similarly, the ratio of the compression strength parallel to perpendicular is rising from 2.7 to 32.6 times is the compression strength parallel above that of perpendicular direction. And this is much higher compared to low-grade softwood, where we have 8.0. In the figure on the left, the reduction factors for the height and the length are taken into account. The bending strength of the rib beams is higher than that of the non-rib beams at the same density. The characteristic bending strength of the rib beam C14 is 21 megapascal and comparable to that of the C10 beams with 20 megapascal. The difference in the characteristic bending strength of the non-rib C10 beams with 11 megapascal and C14 beams with 16 megapascals is higher. The oil palm wood C10 and C14 achieve the target MOR values according to the standard. The rib beams show a much higher mean local MOE than the non-rib beams, and the C14 are higher than the C10. But the target MOE for this 14 is far from achieving because we have to have 7 gigapascal, whereas the target density is achieved. Because of the power law relationship between strength, respectively stiffness and density, the performance indices we calculated, they are comparable for the strength, but much lower for the modulus of elasticity. Due to the elastomechanical properties, medium and high density oil palm wood can be used for load-bearing purposes like GLD, but the elastomechanical properties are slightly lower compared to common wood species. Especially we have the problem with the comparatively low stiffness of the all palm wood compared to common wood species. The high variation of the all palm wood's properties require grading, for example, according to the density. The strength grading according to the density and the defined density limit values in the study are reasonable in principle. Designing beams with lamellar positions according to the density has a significant influence on the properties. Ripping boards according to their density into stripes and edge gluing these stripes to density homogeneous lamellas results in higher MOR and MOE values. As the oil palm wood is different in structure and properties compared to common wood species, special product development, including material and product modeling and process development, is necessary to achieve market competitiveness. One of my PhD students modeled the bending properties using finite element method for future optimization. Standards for common wood species do not automatically apply for all palm wood. Therefore, the building codes need to be adapted for all palm wood. Many thanks for listening and for the research funding, our partners for their help, and all my students for their lab work. Many thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I just have a doubt of how do you measure the mechanical tests taking into consideration the moisture content inside the wood. How do you manage to do this? Because I think the moisture content can affect the final properties, final mechanical properties. So
Yes.
how do you do this?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this question. I didn't mention that we did kiln drying for all our lumber, so we did technical drying to about 12%, and then we put it in 20 degrees, 65% relative humidity in the climate chamber, which is according to the European standards, and then we tested it according to at the around 12% moisture content. So all results are at 12% moisture content. And this we checked after the testing as well. More questions? So we didn't test at any other moisture contents till now. Sorry for that.
Okay, let's thank our
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Ramzi Abu Anana from, he's a manager of technical studies, endowment at Sheikh Saleh Al-Rakhi. He's going to talk about presentation of the book Data Palms by Products, their types and economic importance. The presentation will be in English, and he's going to speak in Arabic. So if you need a headphone, please raise your hand so the technician people can hand one for you.
أين؟ أخي مشعل. بقول أخي مشعل.
اديت له الباوربوينت بتاعتك هناك؟
أيه خدتها مشعل. المفروض من أمس واخدها. المفروض من أمس واخدها.
Sorry about that. It will be 2-3 minutes, so they will load it. I think it was missed, so they will load it again.
15 دقيقة مش هتطول 15
أول ما تبدأ
إن شاء الله. ساعتك ده آخر محاضرة؟ آخر اللي بعدها.
ده يرجع.
طيب. اوكي.
الاخضر ده البوينت.
طيب. ايه اللي حصل؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد سيد الأولين والآخرين. أولاً أشكر اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر على الحفاوة والتكريم وحسن التنظيم. محدثكم الدكتور رمزي عبد الرحيم، مدير الدراسات والشؤون الفنية بإدارة أوقاف الشيخ صالح الركحي. هنتكلم الآن عن عرض كتاب المنتجات الثانوية للنخيل من خلال عملي في إدارة الأوقاف سنة 97 إلى 2007 إلى 2017. أعددت هذا الكتاب. طبعا الكل يزرع النخيل من أجل الثمار، وهذا شيء حسن، ولكن الأفضل من ذلك المنتجات الثانوية للنخيل اللي هنعرفها الآن مع بعض. عندنا 4 محاور رئيسية. المحور الأول: ما هي الدول المنتجة للنخيل في العالم؟ المحور الثاني: ما هي المنتجات الثانوية للنخيل وليست للتمور؟ المحور الثالث: ما هي خصائص هذه المنتجات؟ وأخيراً إلقاء الضوء على إدارة الأوقاف، ولكن شلت هذا الشابتر حرصاً لوقت حضراتكم. الدول المنتجة للتمور 41 دولة موزعة على عدة قارات أمام حضراتكم. طبعاً حاولت أجيب عدد النخيل في كل دولة، ولكن لم أتمكن من ذلك. المنتجات الثانوية عندنا 8 منتجات رئيسية، اللي هي نوى التمر وحبوب اللقاح والفسائل والرواكيب وماء اللقاح واللجمي ومنتجات الثانوية الأخرى اللي هي نواتج التقليم. هنعرف كل منتج نسبته كم من النخلة، 2 فايدته، 3 الآفات اللي بتصيبه إذا كان هناك آفات، 4 الناحية الطبية والاقتصادية. النوى. نوى التمر، النوايا بتمثل عادة 8% من المادة اللحمية، فإذا كانت النخلة بتنتج 50 كيلو، إذن بالضبط 4 كيلو منهم بيكون نوى. إذا كانت بتنتج 100 كيلو يبقى 8 كيلو نوى. النوى له فوائد عديدة، منها صناعة بعض القمح، يدخل في صناعة القمح، يدخل في صناعة القهوة، علف للحيوانات والأسماك، بالإضافة أنه يمكن يستخدم النوى كوسيلة من وسائل الإكسار في النخيل. الآفات اللي بتصيب النوى هي خنفساء نواة البلح، ودي منتشرة جدا في مصر. المنتج الثاني حبوب اللقاح. الأهمية الاقتصادية لحبوب اللقاح تدخل في بعض الصناعات زي صناعة الكيك والمشروبات وبعض الصناعات الطبية. وإذا عرفنا إن الفحل الواحد متوسط إنتاجه 20 إغريد ذكري، الإغريد إذا كان بيديني 60 جرام يبقى 20 في 60 بكيلو و200 جرام. الكيلو واحنا بنبيعه في أوقاف الركحي ب 300 ريال، يعني ممكن الفحل يديني 400 ريال. طب إذا كانت النخلة بتكلفني في السنة 200 ريال زائد أو ناقص 10، إذن الفحل ممكن يديني عائد بنسبة 100% من التكلفة بتاعته. وهذه دعوة لصناعة أو الإتجار في حبوب اللقاح أو زراعة فحول. بس لازم نلاحظ حاجة، ليست كل الفحول خصبة، بل هناك فحول عقيمة، أي تنتج أغاريد ذكرية ولكن لا تعطي حبوب لقاح زي ما واضح أمام حضراتكم، وبالتالي يجب أن تؤخذ في الاعتبار وتستبعد حين التلقيح. المنتج اللي بعد كده اللي هي الفسائل. طبعا هناك أصناف غزيرة إنتاج الفسائل زي المجدول أو المجهول. المهندس أنور موجود معانا هيقول المجهول وليس المجدول. النخلة الواحدة بتعتني في حدود 30 فسيلة. أصناف زي عجوة المدينة تعطي 3 إلى 4 فسائل. الخضر يحتني في حدود 15 فسيلة. المتوسط العام 14 فسيلة. فلو قلنا أن الفسيلة ب100 ريال أدي 1400 من إنتاج النخلة الواحدة. إذن الفسائل ثروة عظيمة يجب أن نحافظ عليها. الفسائل بتستخدم في الإكسار، بتستخدم في إذا كانت غير مرغوبة في عمل الكمبوست، أو ممكن يستخدم منها الجمارة. الآفات التي تصيب النخيل هي نفسها الآفات التي تصيب الفسائل، ولا داعي لذكرها حرصا لوقت حضراتكم. ديت بعض الفسائل، نخلة حواليها حوالي يمكن فوق 25 فسيلة. المنتج اللي بعد كده الرواكيب أو الفسائل الهوائية التي تنمو إما على الجذر ناحية جذر النخلة، أو على الجذع أو الساق، أو في ناحية قلب النخلة. هذه الرواكيب تسمى فسائل هوائية لأنها غير خارجة من الأرض. نمرة 2 تسمى الدمامل لأنها تمثل عبء على النخلة. وبالتالي إحنا بنلجأ لإيه؟ إذا كانت أصناف اقتصادية وخايفين عليها من الاندثار بنعمل لها عملية تجزير زي ما نشوف في الصورة. أصناف غير اقتصادية ممكن نزيلها ونستخدمها في عمل الكمبوست، أو ناخد منها الجمارة ونستفيد منها اللي هي الرواكيب. أدي الرواكيب وتوزيعها على النخيل، إما بتكون في ناحية الجذر أو على الساق أو عند منطقة الجلب. وعملنا لها عملية تجزير خاصة في الأصناف الاقتصادية اللي نخشى عليها من الانقراض زي الهلالية ونبتة الركحي ونبتة سلطان ونبتة سلمى. المنتج اللي بعد كده الجمارة. الجمارة اللي هي منطقة قلب النخلة أو قلب الفسيلة أو قلب الركوب. بننظف منطقة القلب وتستخرج الجمارة. وزنها بيتراوح من 1.5 كيلو إلى حوالي 12 كيلو، وبتستخدم في صناعة الحلويات والمخللات. وناتج الجمارة أو النظافة اللي بعد حوالين الجمارة تستخدم في صناعة الكمبوست. بعد كده بنستخدم عندنا ماء اللقاح. ما هو ماء اللقاح؟ ماء اللقاح من غمد الأغلفة الذكرية أو الأنثوية، بحيث تكون ماء اللقاح من أغلفة الذكرية أو الأنثوية، بحيث يكون الغلاف أو الغمد ما زال غض طري. يعني في اليوم الثاني أو الثالث من الاستخلاص بنعمل عملية بالطرد المركزي، بنطلع ماء اللقاح. الكيلو من الأغاريد الذكرية أو الأغريد الأنثوية اللي هو الجلف بيطلع لي 100 ملي. ال 100 ملي بيتباعوا في حدود 15 ريال. فيه 3 مصانع في البحرين هي مستحوذة على إنتاج ماء اللقاح، وأكثر دولة أو بتستخدم ماء اللقاح هي الكويت. بعد كده اللجمي أو اللجمي، ودي منتشرة جدا في بلاد المغرب العربي خاصة في تونس. وأنا من الناس اللي لا أنصح باللجمي بالحصول عليه، ولكن الأمانة العلمية أقتضي أن أذكره من ضمن المنتجات الثانوية. ليه؟ لأن اللجم أولاً عشان تحصل عليه يبقى لازم تقضي على النخلة المسنة أو النخلة الغير مرغوب فيها أو النخلة المصابة. النخلة المسنة أو الغير مرغوب فيها أو النخلة المصابة بنقطع القمة النامية أو الرأس وتوضع فيه ثقوب، تخرج من هذه الثقوب ماء اللي هو عبارة عن اللجمي. إذا لماذا لا أنصح به؟ لأننا عشان تاخد لجمي هو غالي جدا، خاصة في تونس، شفناه في تونس في المغرب. أولا عشان تاخد لجمي بتقضي على النخلة، ثانيا بيستخدم في صناعة الخمور وده لا نفضله. آخر حاجة اللي هي منتجات نواتج التجليم. نواتج التجليم قل فيها ما شئت، اللي هي عندي القرب، الليف، الشوك أو السل، الخوص، الجريد. كل هذه المنظومة بتستخدم إما في صناعة الأخشاب أو في صناعة الأخشاب وصناعة الألياف والأسرة أو الصناعات الحرفية، وتستخدم أيضا في صناعة الكمبوست. طبعا هو هذا العرض لهذا الكتاب دعوة للاستثمار في المنتجات الثانوية اللي تعتبر كنز مفقود أو صندوق أسود لم يفتح بعد. فإحنا كمزارعين ليس عندي تقنية أو أحول نواتج التجليم إلى صناعات أخرى، على الأقل أعملها كومبوست. والكومبوست سهل جدا وممكن أي عامل أو أي موظف يعمله في المزرعة. وده احنا عندنا في أوقاف الركحي وحدة لإنتاج الكومبوست حوالي 12,000 طن سنويا، 3 دورات، كل دورة 4,000 طن، يعني عندنا اكتفاء ذاتي بالأسمدة. ودي المكائن الخاصة بالفرم، ودي برضو مكائن مصنعة في الورشة المركزية لدينا. ودي مكونات السعفة. أنا عندي الليف، عندي الكرب، عندي الشوك، عندي الخوص، كل ديت مكونات السعفة الجافة. طب دي تمثل كام؟ زي ما انتوا قدام حضراتكم، أنا خدت المنتجات لنخلة فوق 50 سنة مستقرة في الإنتاج وأخرى 20 سنة، لقينا تقريبا كمية الإنتاج المواد الجافة الناتجة حوالي 19.5 كيلو مادة جافة تستخدم في الصناعات سابقة الذكر اللي قلناها لحضراتكم. طبعا كذلك ناتج بعد الجداد بناخد العزوق تدخل أيضا في الاعتبار. كذلك بعض النخيل بيعطيني فوق 20 إلى 27 إغريض، لو سبتهم كلهم على النخلة هتعاون في العام التالي. كذلك هتكون تمور ليست ذات جودة، فاحنا بنعمل عملية خف للعزوق أولا بحيث نبقي على 12 عزق ماكسيمم للنخلة، والباقي بنقطعه ونستفاد منه، يا إما عليقة للحيوانات يا إما بيدخل في صناعة الكمبوست زي أمام حضراتكم. ودي كذلك عبارة عن العزوق. طب السعفة بتمثل كام؟ الشوك بيمثل كام؟ الكرب بيمثل كام؟ اللب بيمثل كام؟ طيب لماذا هذه المنتجات الثانوية مهمة؟ ل3 أو 4 أسباب. لأنها متوفرة لدي في البيئة المحلية. 2 لا تتأثر بتذبذبات السوق والدولار وصل 30 جنيه 50 جنيه 20، لا، أسعار تكاد تكون ثابتة. كذلك ارتفاع الأعلاف ومشكلة الاستيراد والتصدير، أنا ممكن أطلع من النوى ومن نواة هذا أعلاف للحيوانات والأسماك. كذلك الترب في دول الخليج فقيرة بالمواد العضوية وغنية بالرمال، فلما صنع كومبوست بيعادل هذه المشكلة. طيب التوصية، أنا عايز نخرج من هنا ب3 توصيات. أولا غرس النخيل نستمر فيه لأنه أولا بيحافظ على البيئة، نمرة 2 بيكافح التصحر، نمرة 3 هو الزراعة المستديمة. يعني عندنا نخيل في مشروع الباطن في درمان، يعني في مشروع الباطن في بريدة ليه عنده 120 سنة 125 سنة وما زال في قمة إنتاجه. يعني أفضل محصول للاستدامة هو النخيل، ده نمرة 1. التوصية الثانية، ما زالت المنتجات الثانوية كنز، يجب أن نفتح هذا الصندوق. نمرة 3 والمهمة جدا، يجب أن نمحو من ثقافتنا المخلفات الزراعية بل المنتج السنوي، لأننا بفضل الله قادرين على أن نصنع من التبن تبر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم. عبد الله الحمدان من جامعة الملك سعود. شكرا على المحاضرة القيمة، وبالفعل أعطيت لمحة عامة بالفعل عن بقايا النخيل. استفساري عن عندكم أكبر مزرعة في العالم وأخذتوا شهادة عليها. بقايا النخيل اللي تبقى عندكم يعني كم النسب اللي تستخدم مثلا في الكومبوست أو غيرها من الأشياء، وهل تفكرون في استفادة منها في جوانب تصنيعية باعتبارها أكبر مشكلة حسب فهمي في استفادة من بقايا النخيل اللي هو تجميعها في مكان واحد. فأنتم الآن في مشروع واحد، فهل هذا مرشح أنه يكون أو عبر مستثمر أنه يكون يستفيد من هذا الجانب؟ وشكرا.
العفو. طبعا سؤال كويس جدا من أستاذ وعالم حقيقة، يعني حاصل على جائزة خليفة من عدة سنوات. طبعا دكتور عبد الله، احنا عندنا وحدة لإنتاج الكمبوست زي سعادتك ما شفت في الشرح. عندنا سنويا احنا عندنا 250 ألف نخلة. لو في 20 كيلو النخلة يعني 5000 طن سنويا، 5000 طن مواد جافة. عندنا تراكمات من السنوات السابقة حوالي 80 ألف طن. احنا بدأنا نشتغل في الكمبوست وطموحنا أكتر من الإنتاج الذاتي. بنفكر حضرتك وفي بعض المكاتب عملت دراسة وحنطور وحدة الكمبوست بحيث نصنع لأنفسنا ولغيرنا استغلالا للمنتج كل سنة والتراكمات الموجودة عندنا. وبعدين بالنسبة للتجميع هناك مكائن متحركة. احنا عندنا مشروع الباطن 200 ألف نخلة موزعين على 10 قطاعات، كل قطاع 20 ألف. الماكينة بتتحرك تفرم وبنجمع في الوحدة الموجودة عندنا. شكرا.
So we are thankful to all the speakers of these sessions. And before finishing, you can sit there, I will call you. So before finishing this session, we have some memento of the invited speaker is left. So first of all, I want to call Prof. Kajia. Please come on the stage to give a token of appreciations to invited speaker, Prof. Parida Muhammad Tahir. No. Yeah, you have to give it to me. No. Right. Just look there. Okay, thank you so much. So we have the another invited speaker. Before that, I just want to call maybe Prof. Usman. Can you come there, stage? Prof. Munir, please come on the stage. Just a moment. Prof. Usman, please come. You give to me. Huh? Huh? Munir. Thank you, Prof. Usman. Now we call Hassan Ali Dinar to come on the stage to take the token of appreciation. Prof. Arno, can you come to the stage? Thank you so much, Prof. Arno. Now we have, I want to call the, where is Dr. Ramzi? Is not around? Usman, you just come. I call the Usman to come on the stage. No, session chair. Prof. Ali, please come on the stage. Usman, there is a certificate for the oral presenter. No, bring just please make. Sorry for there is some confusion. Basically, this memento is made for the invited speaker, and some of the invited speaker we do not given that time because there is some confusion that the memento is for them or not. So we just today we plan to give them before finishing that things, you know. So now we have a certificate for the oral presenter. So first I call the Haider Ali Abdullah. Are you around? Please come on this. I call Prof. Arno to come on the stage to take the. So Prof. Arno is one of our founding organizing committee members who is behind this BiPalma, you know. So we get together in 2018 and still we have a good bonding for this BiPalma. Thank you so much, Prof. Arno. Now I call the Prof. Kajia to please come on the stage. Now I call the Dr. Ramzi. Please come on the stage. So now we are about to finish this session. After that, as earlier we saw that one, the Prof. Stanford keynote lecture is already done in the first session. So in that place, we are going to do the discussion panel 3 after the lunch. So please enjoy the lunch, and we are going to come back at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. change it, so just
Huh?
last minute. So
Huh. So who is going to moderate? You just sit, I will call you.
Okay, so you will call him, and he will call it.
Okay. I will call him and the panel, so then after that you can start, or he will call you. Okay. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all of you. After the break, this is our last panel discussion, session 3. And in this panel discussion, we are going to discuss about the estimations of local and global date palm byproducts. So this session is going to be moderated by Professor Dr. Hussam Ali Metwalli from International Date Council. So without further delay, I call Prof. Dr. Hussam Ali on the stage to take the stage and call the panelists. Please come there.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أهلا وسهلا بحضراتكم في المؤتمر الدولي الثالث لمنتجات النخيل الثانوية نحو اقتصاد حيوي مستدام. جلستنا اليوم جلسة حوارية تحت عنوان التقديرات المحلية والعالمية لحجم المنتجات الثانوية لنخيل التمر. بيشاركنا النهاردة 5 خبراء، الأستاذ الدكتور ثائر ياسين، منظمة الأغذية والزراعة الأمم المتحدة الفاو. اتفضل يا فندم. الأستاذ الدكتور فؤاد منصور، خبير الصناعات التحويلية من مخلفات نخيل التمر من جمهورية العراق. اتفضل يا فندم. اتفضل. المهندس مصطفى العبدلاوي، المشرف على مشروع تثمين مخلفات النخيل من المملكة المغربية. اتفضل يا فندم. الأستاذة عذا الفايز، مظبوط الاسم كده، الشركة السعودية الاستثمارية لإعادة التدوير سيرك. اتفضلي. والمهندس أنور حداد، رئيس جمعية التمور الأردنية. اتفضل يا فندم. جلستنا النهارده هتبقى عبارة عن جلسة حوارية، بندي الفرصة للخبير بيعطي فكرة تحت العنوان مشاركته، وبعد كده نفتح المجال إن شاء الله بعد ما يتمم الخبراء كل واحد مداخلته، نفتح الجلسة للمناقشة من المنصة ومن السادة الزملاء الحضور. هنبتدي طبعا، وبرضه في كامل الحريه للخبراء، عايز يتكلم من مكانه اهلا وسهلا، عايز يتفضل من على المنصه اهلا وسهلا، فالموضوع متاح للخبراء. هنبتدي بالاستاذ الدكتور ثائر ياسين، منظمه الاغذيه والزراعه الامم المتحده الفاو. اتفضل يا فندم.
شكرا دكتور حسام. نحن سعيدين والشكر الجزيل للمجلس الدولي للتمور لدعوتنا لهذا اللقاء وإتاحة الأهمية الكبرى للمنتجات الثانوية للنخيل لما لها من أثار بيئية كبيرة على المنطقة. اللي حضروا الجلسات السابقة تحدثوا الزملاء عن الأرقام، تحدثوا عن 23 و25 و27 كيلو جرام منتج ثانوي من شجرة النخيل. شجرة النخيل على فكرة هي شجرة مباركة، وليس لأي سبب أنها مباركة، لأنها شجرة لا يرمى منها أي شيء، يتم إعادة استخدام كامل الأحجام، والأحجام كما ترون زملاء وضحوا زملائنا هي ب100 ما يراوح 100 مليون شجرة نخيل في المنطقة العربية. بضرب 23 إلى 24 حتى وصلنا إلى 27 كيلو في بعض الدراسات، نصل إلى 2 بليون و185 مليون طن من بقايا النخيل. ونحن منطقتنا زملاء نكون واضحين، نحن منطقتنا جافة وتحتاج إلى المياه، وتحتاج الترب عندنا إلى مادة عضوية، وهذه المادة العضوية نحن في كثير من الحالات وللأسف يتم حرقها، وهي ثروة لنا. ثروة هذه المنطقة هي المادة العضوية التي يجب استخدامها أولا في المزرعة التي تحتوي على ترب رملية وغير قادرة على امتصاص وحفظ المياه التي هي نادرة لدينا، فلها أثر بيئي وانطباع وطابع مستدام مهم جدا للمنطقة. إتاحة الفرصة لتثمين هذه المنتجات الثانوية، سواء ذكر الزميل قبلنا في كومبوست وتحويلها إلى في نفس المزرعة وتحويلها بشكل ذكي إلى مادة تحفظ لنا كمية الهدر الذي يحصل على الماء. لحد الآن زملاء معلش نكون صريحين، ليس لدينا معطيات دقيقة للاحتياجات المائية للأصناف المختلفة من النخيل. كثيرا من الأحيان يتم هدر كميات كبيرة من الماء، لأنه معظم الترب أينما نستخدم أو نزرع النخيل هي ترب رملية، فكثير من الماء يذهب ولا نحفظ به. هذا في مجال الكومبوست. طبعا في مجالات متعددة في الصناعات التحويلية غير الزراعية سيتكلم عنها زميلي الدكتور فؤاد، وهي لا تعد ولا تحصى، شكر الكثير نحن تعاملنا معهم في مجالات مختلفة، سواء في مشروع السودان أو في مشروع مصر في سلاسل القيمة، لتحويل هذه الكميات الكبيرة من المنتجات الثانوية إلى ثروات حقيقية. حتشوفوا صناعات، حتشوفوا صناعة فحم، أبواب، وكثير من الحاجات حيذكرها زميلي الدكتور فؤاد. ولكن نحن كأمم متحدة في المنطقة، في المكتب الإقليمي في القاهرة، نسعى دائما إلى تثمين هذه الثروة الكبيرة التي نعتبرها في كثير من الأحيان، سامحوا لي بالكلمة، زبالة. ليست زبالة، هي ثروة. وإذا مررت في كثير من المناطق تروها مرمية على أطراف الطريق، نخيل ميت وسعف مقطوع ومرمي. الصعوبات اللي كنا نواجهها كانت هي في كمية تجميع هذه الكميات من بقايا النخيل في المزارع الصغيرة، ولكن المزارع الكبيرة لها ترتيب، وهذا يكون سهل. عملنا مع بعض هو تعاوننا، ويجب علينا أن نكون أكثر تعاونيا بإنشاء مجموعة عمل نستطيع أن نستفيدها، وخصوصي في الحيازات الصغيرة. هذا بشكل مبسط وسريع دكتور حسام قبل ما ننتقل للزملاء الآخرين. شكرا لك.
شكرا دكتور سائر. شكرا دكتور سائر. طبعا الدكتور سائر لسه هيدينا كتير من المعلومات ومن الارقام معانا في اثناء الجلسه. احنا عندنا مشكله كبيره زي ما الدكتور فتح الحديث، الا وهي ازاي يعني تحول هذه المخلفات، ومخلفات يعني بالمنطوق زباله، وهذه كلمه بعيده جدا عن الحقيقه بتاعتها، ازاي تتحول الى ثروه. المجلس الدولي للتمور دلوقتي في إجراء تنفيذ دراسة مرجعية حول هذا الموضوع، المخلفات النخيل أو منتجات النخيل غير الثمرية تحت عنوان الثروة المهدرة. فإن شاء الله يكون نشوف منها حاجة جميلة، وهذا التجمع بيفيدنا كتير جدا جدا في طرح أفكار لهذه الدراسة واللي زيها. المداخله اللي جايه الاستاذ الدكتور فؤاد منصور، خبير الصناعات التحويليه من مخلفات النخيل التمر من جمهوريه العراق. اتفضل يا فندم.
شكرا جزيلا. اخواني، بس تعريف مختصر عن عملي. انا الدكتور فؤاد منصور، مهندس كيميائي، have a PhD in chemical engineering. تخصصت منذ بدايات عملي بمشاريع استثمار مخلفات النخيل، وأشرفت فعلياً على إنشاء مشاريع استثمارية وليست تجارب مختبرية فقط. أشرفت عملياً على إنشاء مشاريع استثمارية إنتاجية في بلد العراق أيام ازدهار الصناعة في بلدي خلال العقود الثلاثة أو الأربعة الماضية. هذه المشاريع لم يبقى لها أثر الآن بعد الاحتلال، فلم يبقى لدي سوى النو-هاو، المعرفة how to invest in such waste. كيف تنتج منتجات ذات قيمة من هذه يمكن نسميها مخلفات أو نسميها المنتجات الثانوية. أشرفت على إنشاء هكذا مشاريع، منها مشروع لإنتاج ألواح خشب الMDF في العراق. أنشأنا هذا المشروع وصدرنا منه كميات كبيرة من ألواح خشب الMDF إلى بلدان عديدة، إلى تركيا وإلى الأردن وإلى مصر. هذا كان في بداية الثمانينات من القرن الماضي، ولا زلت أنا أحتفظ بنموذج أو بنماذج من MDF النخيل، Palm MDF، وأنا أعتقد بل أجزم بأن أول لوح MDF نخيل أنتج على مستوى العالم كان في العراق. فصدرنا منه مثل ما أسلفت كميات من هذه الألواح الخشبية إلى الأردن وإلى تركيا وإلى مصر. المصريين ما يعطون، قالوا ما نعطيكم فلوس، يمكن نبادلكم بسلع مصرية. في ذلك الحين كانت مصر تنتج سيارات النصر، نصر الصالون ونصر الأوتوبيس. قلنا لا بأس، وفعلا كنا نرسل MDF النخيل إلى المصريين وكانوا مرتاحين جدا من هذا المنتج. طبعا within the standard specification، أي منتج حتى تنزله للسوق بقوة يجب أن يكون ضمن المواصفة العالمية. عندما وجدوا المصريين أنه فعلا هذا المنتج ضمن المواصفة، وصارت هذه الصفقات في حينها. أنا لا زلت محتفظ، مثلا جبت معي نموذج من MDF النخيل لعلكم تروه لأول مرة. هذا MDF النخيل، هذا ضمن المواصفة البريطانية، إلها رقم معين. أنتجنا كذلك ما يسمى بالبارتيكل بوردز، ألواح الخشب الحبيبي، اللي التقنية بتاعه أو التكنولوجيا بتاعه أسهل بكثير من الMDF. بالمناسبة أنا من خلال عملي في هذا المجال من الصناعة حصلت على عدد من براءات الاختراع سجلت بمجلس مالكي براءة الاختراع في جنيف، إحداها لإنتاج الMDF. التقنية بتاعه معقدة، ولعل الأخ الموصلي على علم بتفاصيل هذه التقنية. نعم. البارتيكل بورد هي أيضا ألواح خشبية، واستخداماتها مقاربة إلى استخدامات الMDF اللي هي صناعات الأثاث بشكل عام والأرضيات وما إلى ذلك. هذا البارتيكل بورد النخيل. بالمناسبة بإمكاننا ننتج البارتيكل بورد من مخلفات النخيل والمخلفات الزراعية ومخلفات الأخشاب، لأنه إحنا لاحظنا بالعراق واجهنا مشكلة في بدايات إنشاء مشروع الMDF والبارتيكل بورد. كنا نذهب إلى المزارعين، إلى المزارع، نقول له يا باش عندك سعف اعطينا اياه، عندك مخلفات نخيل اعطينا اياه. في السنة الأولى كانوا يعطونا اياه مجانا، بعد ذلك بالسنة الثانية والثالثة وجدوا أنه هذا في مصنع كبير، نعم، يحتاج هذه المخلفات. قالوا لا والله لا، هذا نحن نعطيكم المخلفات لكن الطن الواحد $100. شوف، طالما هو مشروع استثماري احنا نحسب حساب يعني الرو ماتيريال كوست، صح، بالسنة الثانية والثالثة والرابعة. إذن هاي راح صارت معضلة تؤثر على المردودات المالية للمشروع. أنت مو كافي أنك تنتج منتج بمواصفات جيدة وانتهى الموضوع. هل تستطيع أن تدخل به إلى السوق بكلفة إنتاج واطئة؟ لأن عندك منافسين كثار، يجي الMDF من أسبانيا ومن ألمانيا ومن جنوب شرق آسيا وهكذا. المهم، فدخلنا المخلفات الزراعية ومخلفات الأخشاب، سكراب الخشب كذا. فالمزارع اللي ما يريد يعطينا السعف بتاعه أو يريد يفرض سعر نسبيا عالي، قلنا له ما في ضرورة، ما نحتاج سعفك أو كذا، عندنا مخلفات زراعية وعندنا كذا. فبالنتيجة باختصار، عندما وجدوا أنه إحنا أحرار، إحنا عندنا مرونة، عندنا مواد خام أخرى بديلة، فبقوا على أسعارهم الرمزية، وبالتالي لم يؤثر هذا الموضوع على اقتصاديات المشروع. هذا المنتج الثاني. أنتجنا كذلك على المستوى الإنتاجي وليس على يعني an experimental taste. no. أنتجنا على النطاق التجاري مشروع لإنتاج الأبواب الخشبية البلاستيكية اللي هو خليط من هذه مخلفات النخيل مع البلاستيكس مع بعض الأديتيفز، ونجحت فعلا. هاي كانت بالسنين الأخيرة، اشتغل المشروع لسنتين فقط، ثم صارت مشاكل السياسية بالعراق في وقتها اللي أدت إلى تدمير كل هذه المشاريع. هذا مقطع من الأبواب الخشبية البلاستيكية. هاي الباب الخام، هذه الباب الخام هي عبارة عن خليط من مخلفات النخيل والبلاستيك وبعض المحسنات. هذه الباب الخام يمكن أن تكسى بطبقات الديكور بألوان مختلفة حسب حاجة السوق. إذن هذا المنتج الثالث. عفوا. نعم. ثم أنتجنا الفحم والأكتيفيتد كربون في العراق، ثم بالإمارات في يعني حوالي من قبل 5 أو 6 سنوات أنشأنا مشروع إنتاجي استثماري لإنتاج فحم المشاوي، الباربيكيو، شاركول، وفحم الشيشة من مخلفات النخيل أيضا. والمشروع صدرنا منه كميات كبيرة للسعودية، لكم لهنا بالكونتينرات، يعني بالكونتينرات إلى السعودية وإلى الأردن وإلى الكويت وإلى العراق وبلدان المنطقة يعني، ولا يزال المصنع شغال. هذا نموذج من فحم المشاوي. طبعا الفحم معروف انه يكون لا ممنوع ان يطلع دخان، وممنوع ان تكون بروائح، ممنوع عن كذا. اشتغلنا عن هذا كثير يعني. طبعا بالمناسبة انت ما عندك اصلا النو how to produce such kind of product from our raw material. You have to try. فبالعراق كنا نحاول نخطئ وننجح ونخطئ وهكذا، ثم بالنتيجة وصلنا إلى هذه المنتجات اللي أصبحوا التجار كان يجون تجار يردون وكالة عامة فقط إلى يريد الوكالة طبعا، لكن المهم. إذن هذا أحد المنتجات. وفي مشروع إنتاج الفحم أنتجنا ما يسمى بحطب النخيل اللي هو البالم فاير وود. هاي لو أي واحد من عندنا يمسك هذه القطعة الخشبية يشوفها ثقيلة جدا. الخشب بشكل عام عندما تضع على الماء يطفو، صح؟ لفرق الكثافة. لكن هذه خشبة النخيل عندما تضعها على الماء تنغمر، بمعنى كثافتها تصل إلى 1.5 جرام بير كيوبيك سنتيمتر، وكثافة الماء 1، صح؟ هذا يطول بالاشتعال بحدود 8 إلى 9 ساعات. 8 إلى 9 ساعات. أنا سمعت هنا بالمملكة العربية السعودية التحطيب منعوه، صح؟ وبالتالي إذا يقدر أي مستثمر بسيط من مخلفات النخيل ينتج الحطب، بدل ما يروح يقطع الشجر ويقطع أغصانها ومن هالقبيل وكذا، وهذا يؤثر طبعا. من مخلفات النخيل يستطيع أن ينتج الفاير وود، بالم فاير وود، واللي مواصفاته كذا وكذا وكذا. هذا باختصار، أنا ما أريد أطول لأن أريد أسمع أيضا من الآخرين. فمشكور أستاذنا الغالي.
شكرا دكتور.
شكرا.
طبعا هنرجع لحضرتك تاني وهنستفيد من حضرتك برضو في جلستنا. معانا من المملكة المغربية المهندس مصطفى العبدلاوي المشرف على مشروع تثمين مخلفات النخيل. تفضل حضرتك.
شكرا أخي. دونك يعني أنا بالمناسبة أشكر يعني المجلس الدولي يعني على هذه الدعوة، وأشكر يعني الأشقاء السعوديين على هذه الدعوة من أجل أن نشارك معكم يعني تجربة يعني مشروع لكي يهم يعني تثمين مخلفات النخيل يعني بمناطق يعني الواحات. كما قالوا يعني الإخوان، فيعني المخلفات وتراكم المخلفات يعني في المجال الواحاتي سبب عدة مشاكل. من بين المشاكل اللي سببت عندنا في المملكة المغربية هو أولا أنه انتشار وتيرة الحرائق بالواحات بشكل يعني مثير، حيث أنه في بعض المناطق نسجل أكثر يعني من 5 إلى 6 حالات حرائق في نفس يعني الواحة. وهذه الحرائق يعني يؤدي إلى إتلاف عدد أشجار النخيل. وكذلك أن يعني الدولة تقوم بتعبئة موارد مالية جد مهمة من أجل يعني الصيانة ديال النخيل وتنقية أعشاش النخيل. وكما تعلمون أن شجرة النخيل من الخاصية ديالها أن المخلفات تتجدد على مدار كل سنة، وبالتالي العمل الذي تقوم به الدولة فإنه مثلا نقوم بتنقية يعني منطقة على مدار عامين يعني تتجدد تلك المخلفات، ونقوم يعني موارد يعني مالية يعني كبيرة جدا، حيث أنه في ظل هذه ال10 سنوات الأخيرة وصلنا إلى تقريبا يعني ما يناهز 3 مليون دولار اللي عبأتها الدولة كموارد مالية من أجل تنقية أعشاش النخيل. وبالتالي لا بد من التفكير في صيغة اللي تخلي الديمومة والصيرورة ديال هذه العملية ديال تنقية الأعشاش النخيل. وبالتالي جاء هذا يعني المشروع اللي كيهم يعني تثمين مخلفات النخيل يعني في بعض المناطق الواحات يعني في الجنوب الشرقي للمملكة. وهذا المشروع هذا يعني قبل يعني البلورة والصياغة ديالو كانوا عدة لقاءات يعني في إطار واحد المقاربة تشاركية مع المزارعين، مع التنظيمات المهنية، مع التعاونيات الخدمات، مع مجموعة ذات النفع الاقتصادي اللي هو تكتل يجمع عدة تعاونيات حول من أجل يعني توحيد الرؤية فيما يخص هذا المشروع. هذا المشروع فيه شقين. فيه شق إنشاء واحد مركب تثمين مخلفات النخيل اللي فيه 4 وحدات، وحدة لإنتاج السماد العضوي، وحدة لإنتاج الفحم الحيوي، وحدة لإنتاج حطب التدفئة، ووحدة لإنتاج علف الماشية انطلاقا يعني من مخلفات النخيل. المشروع فيه كما قلت شقين، إذا بناء يعني مركب وتجهيزه بهذه الآليات، وكذلك فيه شق آخر اللي كيهم يعني تقوية يعني القدرات المؤسساتية لتعاونيات الخدمات، لأن التعاونيات الخدمات هي التي ستشتغل يعني في الواحة، هي التي ستقوم يعني بتنقية وصيانة النخيل يعني جلب يعني المخلفات النخيل إلى المركب الذي سيقوم يعني بتثمين يعني هذه المخلفات. إذا قبل البداية في المشروع قمنا أولا يعني بدراسة الجدوى يعني للمشروع لهذا يعني ال4 وحدات، واتضح أن هذه 4 وحدات فهي وحدات يعني مربحة. وكذلك تم يعني التصميم الهندسي يعني المركب، وفي إطار يعني اتفاقية يعني تشاركية مع مؤسسات البحث العلمي قمنا بإنجاز عدة أبحاث علمية. يعني البحث العلمي الأول وهو تقييم يعني الفحم الحيوي على بعض المزروعات الواحاتية. وبالمناسبة يعني الفحم الحيوي هو منتوج يعني نحصل عليه انطلاقا من عملية الانحلال الحراري في واحد الوسط اللي ما يكونش فيه يعني الأكسجين، وكتكون درجة الحرارة قد تصل إلى 500 درجة، لأن المشكل العويص اللي عندنا حنايا يعني في المملكة المغربية هو مشكل البيوض اللي هو فطر البيوض، أنه يمكن إنتاج السماد العضوي من المخلفات يقدر يسبب انتشار هذا المرض يعني البيوض في الواحات. وبالتالي يعني هذا الفحم الحيوي هو يلعب دور كسماد عضوي، ولكن يعني نكون يعني متيقنين أنه خالي من مرض البيوض، لأنه يعني درجة الحرارة قد تصل إلى 500 درجة، وبالتالي فهو تقضي على هذا الفطر هذا. دونك قمنا يعني بتجربة تبيانية مع المعاهد البحث العلمي اللي هي المدرسة الوطنية الفلاحية بمكناس، وأنجزنا يعني تجربة تقييم هذا الفحم الحيوي على بعض المزروعات الواحاتية كنبتة يعني الباميه او ما يسمى عندنا احنا باللغه العاميه يعني الملوخيه او يعني باللغه الفرنسيه لو غومبو. فاتضح انه قمنا يعني باربع يعني معالجات. يعني المعالجه الاولى كان فيها الشاهد، المعالجه الثانيه كان فيها يعني تقريبا واحد يعني 20,000 طن ديال السماد العضوي يعني في الهكتار، و25,000 طن ديال السماد يعني ديال الفحم الحيوي يعني في الهكتار. والمعالجه الرابعه كانت يعني دمج السماد العضوي مع الفحم الحيوي. واتضح انطلاقا من هذه التجربه ان نتائج يعني جد يعني محفزه يعني حصلنا عليها لما نقوم يعني بدمج يعني الفحم الحيوي والسماد يعني العضوي. اعطى نتائج يعني مميزه مقارنه يعني مع يعني السماد العضوي يعني بوحده يعني والفحم الحيوي يعني بوحده. وان شاء الله يعني لما يعني يدخل يعني المركب في انتاج هذه الماده العضويه سنقوم يعني بتوزيعها خاصه على المستثمرين يعني في المناطق التوسعات اللي هناك خشيه من انتشار يعني هذا المرض البيوض. الوحده الاخرى اللي هو انتاج يعني علف الماشيه انطلاقا من مخلفات النخيل. يعني قمنا يعني بتجربه يعني دائما مع مؤسسات البحث العلمي اللي هي المدرسه الوطنيه للفلاحيه يعني بمكناس، وقمنا يعني بالتحليل الكيميائي لمختلف يعني المخلفات. واتضح ان الخليط يعني العلف تكون يعني فيه 70% يعني من مخلفات يعني النخيل، و30% يعني من التمور اللي عنده جوده يعني رديئه. خاصه ان نحن يعني في المملكه المغربيه خاصه يعني في السنوات الاخيره يعني نعاني من توالي سنوات الجفاف، وبالتالي يعني هناك اقبال على الماده العلفيه، والدوله تدعم يعني الشعر المدعم من اجل الحفاظ يعني على يعني الاغنام ويعني والماعز يعني في المناطق. وبالتالي يعني الواحات عندها قابليه انها كذلك انها تساهم بانتاج هذه الماده يعني العلفيه. فيما يخص يعني المنتوج الثالث اللي هو يعني انتاج السماد العضوي، مجموع الدراسات التي يعني قمنا بها في المجال الواحاتي اتضح ان المجال الواحاتي فهو مجال يعني ضعيف من ناحيه الماده يعني العضويه. وانتاج يعني السماد العضوي سننتجه يعني بطريقه يعني جديده، ماشي هي الطريقه يعني الكلاسيكيه. هذه تتسمى انتاج السماد العضوي يعني بالتهويه يعني القصريه. وبالتالي يعني كتكون يعني ضبط يعني المؤشر ديال الحراره. ومجموع التجارب اثبتت انه لما تكون يعني درجه الحراره يعني كتصل يعني في الكومه ديال السماد تصل 60 درجه يعني لمده 6 ساعات، فانها يعني تقضي على مرض يعني البيوض. هذه يعني بعجاله يعني الفلسفه ديال هذا المشروع هذا. وهذا المشروع هذا سيقوم يعني بتسييره واحد التنظيم مهني اللي هو مجموعه ذات النفع الاقتصادي، اللي هو تكتل اللي فيه مجموعه ديال التعاونيات. والتعاونيات ديال الخدمات ستعمل على تنقيه يعني الواحه وتنقيه الاعشاش النخيل وجلب يعني منتجات يعني مخلفات النخيل الى المركب من اجل يعني التثمين ديالو. وان شاء الله يعني سنبدا في انجاز في بناء يعني المركب من بعد ما قمنا يعني بجميع يعني التجارب يعني الميدانيه فيما يخص يعني مكونات هذا المشروع هذا. وشكرا.
شكرا دكتور. هو في كم سؤال بس ان شاء الله هنجيلهم كرد بعد ما نخش الحلقه النقاشيه. الوحدات دي اولا في اعتقد مشاكل لوجستيه في نقل هذه المخلفات للاماكن دي، فعايزه تكون في اماكن تجمعات النخيل. هل ده محطوط في الاعتبار؟ انا طبعا يعني اقدر جدا موضوع ان انتوا نظرتوا لمرض البيوض ومشاكله، فعملتوا يعني كان حركه استباقيه لانه اي حاجه تتحط في الارض ما تبقاش نقله للمرض، زي ما احنا عارفين ان مرض البيوض ينقل عن طريق الجذور. شكرا المهندس مصطفى. المداخله الرابعه بتاعتنا الاستاذه عزة الفايز، شركه السعوديه الاستثماريه لاعاده تدوير سيرك. اتفضلي يا فندم.
السلام عليكم جميعا. أول شيء أحب أشكر المنظمين في مؤتمر التمور الدولي والمنظمين من جامعة الملك سعود وباي بالما أسوسيشن، وأشكرهم على حسن الاستضافة. معكم عادل فايز، مديرة إدارة الأبحاث والتطوير في الشركة السعودية الاستثمارية لإعادة التدوير. الشركة السعودية الاستثمارية لإعادة التدوير وجدت بناء على أمر سامي من الملك سلمان لتفعيل الاقتصاد الدائري في المملكة العربية السعودية وتنظيم قطاع النفايات بشكل عام. فالمانديت حقنا أو الهدف حقنا تنظيم قطاع النفايات بشكل عام، ومنها النفايات الزراعية. احنا نواجه في المملكة العربية السعودية موضوع عدم الفرز من المصدر أو there is no sorting at source in Saudi Arabia. our first struggle اللي هي أول مشكلة نواجهها when it comes to operation هي موضوع الفرز. فبعد ما أعلنت مبادرة المركز الوطني لإدارة النفايات موان عن تكوين 3 نفايات حمراء خضراء وزرقاء وسوداء، الخضراء ستكون للagricultural waste، نود تفعيل قطاع ريسايكلينج إعادة تدوير النفايات الزراعية ومنها نفايات النخيل. زي ما انتم عارفين توتال مجموع الفوليوم حق الويست في السعودية عبارة عن 116 مليون طن سنويا. Each individual person produce up to 1.8 kilograms of waste including agricultural waste, and based on it there is a 20% of agricultural waste in Saudi Arabia. منها from these 20% 800,000 of this waste from date palm. So what we're trying to target في R&D والشيء اللي احنا نحاول نسويه في research and development is to have byproducts of value. منها اللي ذكرها الأستاذ فؤاد منصور اللي هم particular board أو البايوchar أو activated carbon. All of these products are things that we want to invest in. We want to put our effort in. نبغى نستثمر فيها، نبغى نحط مبالغ بحيث ننشئ شركات قائمة تأخذ هذه النفايات من المصدر من السورتينج إلى material that we can import نصدرها نستخدمها في محليا. فما ودي أزيد أكثر عن اللي قالوا زملائي قبل، بس هدفنا واحد اللي هو إعادة تدوير المخلفات الزراعية اللي هي تشكل 20% من مجموع المخلفات في السعودية إلى منتجات ذات قيمة عالية. شكرا لكم.
شكرا أستاذ عزة، طبعا سعيد جدا بالاختصار، بس هنسمعك برضو تاني دلوقتي.
استنى الكيو ان اي.
بنختم المداخلات بتاعتنا بالمهندس أنور حداد رئيس جمعية التمور الأردنية. احنا دلوقتي قدامنا 5 دقايق وهنخش في الحلقة الحوارية، فياريت يعني حاول تختصر، إذا كان كده هنخش بيك في الحلقة الحوارية.
بدك ما احكيش ما بحكي.
اتفضل يا فندم اتفضل.
لا ما هو يعني بعد هذا الحديث بدي اخذ وقتي معلش اذا سمحت. اولا احنا قطاع النخيل في الاردن قطاع حديث، بالرغم ان الاردن عرف النخيل فيه منذ 4000 سنة قبل الميلاد، وحتى في الميلاد عندما هزت العذراء مريم جذع النخلة ليساقط عليها رطبا ندية، النخيل كان معروف في منطقة بلاد الشام ومنطقة وادي الأردن. قطاع النخيل على نطاق في الأردن هو قطاع تجاري، يعني مستثمرين، ليس كونفنشال، ولذلك بني على أساس علمي. الأصناف اللي مزروعة في الأردن هي أصناف عالية القيمة، ولذلك بدي أتحدث أنا من وجهة نظر مزارع مستثمر. نحن في جمعية التمور الأردنية ندير مجموعة من المزارعين، حوالي 500 مزارع في وادي الأردن وفي منطقة الأزرق. منطقة الأزرق هي منطقة واحة قديمة، لكن حقيقة لا نعول عليها من الناحية التجارية. إذا سمحتوا لي زي ما تفضلوا الإخوان يعني تحدثوا، لن أكرر ما تفضلوا فيه فيما يتعلق بالصناعات التي يمكن أن تقوم على النخيل. هذه الشجرة شجرة مباركة، ولكني سأتحدث بعناوين، وأنا قسمتها إلى مجموعة من الفرص الاستثمارية. مجموعة من الفرص الاستثمارية التي تتعلق بالمخلفات الثانوية للنخيل، كما تحدثوا عن الأخشاب والفحم والأثاث والكومبوست لكن بدي فقط أشير إلى قضية في غاية الأهمية، هي الأسمدة. الأسمدة العضوية موضوع في غاية الأهمية. أوراق النخيل غنية جدا، غنية بكل العناصر، ونحن ضخينا هذه العناصر، احنا سمدناها، احنا اللي أعطيناها. الآن آن الأوان أن نستفيد منها ونعيدها إلى النخلة ونعيدها إلى الطبيعة دون أن نلوث التربة. هنالك فرص تتعلق بالبيئة وتتعلق أيضا باقتصاديات المزارع. هذا موضوع في غاية الأهمية نركز عليه، وهنالك صناعات الكومبوست على مستوى المزارع تتم، يعني كل مزارع يستطيع أن يكون لديه مركز خاص فيه لتصنيع الكومبوست من مخلفات مزرعته. هذا موضوع في غاية الأهمية. الصناعات النسيجية وصناعات الفايبرز والسليولوز التي تحدثوا عنها هذا الصباح هي صناعات فرص هائلة جدا، وهنالك إمكانيات تقنية للاستفادة من هذه الفرص. أيضا هنالك الصناعات الغذائية، لن أتحدث عن صناعة الدبس ولا عن المعجون، ولا أنا أتحدث عن الصناعات اللي بتتعلق أيضا بالفيتامينز اللي موجودة واللي ممكن أن نعملها اكستراكشن من التمور. الصناعات الدوائية، مجموعة الصناعات الدوائية هائلة ولا حدود لها، وهنالك صناعات دوائية تقوم على مستخلصات التمور ومستخلصات النخيل ومستخلصات نوى التمر. الأنتي أوكسيدانتس، الفينولز والرايبوفينولز، هذه كلها عبارة عن فرص استثمارية، بالإضافة لكل ما يمكن أن نتحدث عنه من مخلفات النخلة. هنالك صناعات تقوم على النخلة يجب أن أذكرها أنا، وهي مجموعة الصناعات اللي إلها علاقة بمدخلات الإنتاج. إحنا ليش ما نفكر بالصناعات؟ أنا بحاجة إلى مبيدات، وبحاجة إلى أسمدة، وبحاجة إلى عدد وأدوات، وبحاجة إلى روافع، وبحاجة إلى درون، وبحاجة إلى الديجيتال، الصناعات الديجيتال اللي ممكن أن تقوم لزراعة النخيل بحاجة إلى اختصاصات فيها. السنسورز اللي تستخدم في الزراعة واللي إحنا ممكن نطبقها على النخيل الآن في مكافحة سوسة النخيل والاستشعار عن بعد. أيضا الصناعات اللي مرتبطة بقواعد المعلومات والأقمار الصناعية، كل هذه فرص استثمارية لها علاقة مباشرة في النخيل. فأنا أعتقد أن السماء هي الحدود، يعني unlimited في الاستثمار في هذا المجال، سواء مباشرة على مدخلات ومخرجات قطاع النخيل أو على الصناعات التي يحتاجها قطاع النخيل. ولذلك من وجهة نظر اقتصادية إذا سمحتوا لي، هنالك فرص هائلة جدا. تحدث هذا الصباح أستاذ دكتور من جامعة في كندا، كان يتحدث عن التقاط هذه الفرص وتحويلها إلى صناعات قائمة. وفي بلد مثل السعودية، مثل مصر، يعني أنا نتحدث عن 100 مليون نخلة، هذه ثروة بالإضافة إلى الثروة النفطية اللي موجودة التي يمتلكها العالم العربي. أنا يعني لن أطيل أخي حسام، شكرا لك، آسف.
شكرا باشمهندس.
عندي مداخلة.
في نقطة بس واحدة أنا عايز أأكد عليها. في عندنا فرص استثمارية كبيرة جدا جدا، بالذات في الدول المنتجة، وبالذات الدول اللي عندها عدد كبير جدا جدا من أشجار النخيل، وعلى رأسها المملكة العربية السعودية 34 مليون نخلة تقريبا. إذا ما تمش استفادة منها هي تحولت إلى مشكلة كبيرة جدا جدا. الإصابات مثلا احنا اتكلمنا على البيوض، لكن كل الإصابات الحشرية هي أصلها المخلفات بتاعت النخلة. إذا ما كانش الاستفادة منها هي هتتحول إلى مشكلة وتتحول إلى مصدر للإصابة وتجدد الإصابة. طبعا دي الوقت هناخد سؤالين.
بس عندي تعليق على الأستاذ بالنسبة للأسمدة العضوية.
اتفضلي.
بس أحب أقول لك أن الشركة السعودية الاستثمارية إعادة التدوير سيرك already بدأت بموضوع الأسمدة الزراعية من المخلفات الزراعية. الأسمدة العضوية من المخلفات الزراعية high quality compost. So we are in the process. You will hear more about it إن شاء الله في المستقبل. في عندنا شيء مشروع اسمه sustainability park، بيكون في huge facility, very high scale facility to produce good quality compost from agricultural waste including date palm waste. So we're in the track. احنا أخذنا خطوة الحين. We're moving forward إن شاء الله and you will hear good news for the future.
سعداء يعني إنه نسمع مثل إنه هذا موجود على
موجود.
نعم.
شكرا يا فندم. في أسئلة؟ اتفضل يا فندم. في الميكروفون فيه؟ لحظة هو جايب الميكروفون.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. عبد الرحمن الكريدة، مصنع ومنتج للتمور. شكرا للمجلس الدولي على هذه المحاضرة وهذا الكلام، ولكن عندي عتب ونقطة وحتى كررتها للبروفيسور عبد الله أمس. بكل المحاضرات نسمع مخلفات، كلمة مخلفات. إذا استخدمنا هذا المصطلح على النخيل لن نتطور. فطلبي من الجميع إنها تزال كلمة مخلفات، لأن المخلف انتهى، لا يمكن تدوير المخلف بالطريقة اللي حنا نطمح فيها. فأرجو من الجميع إذا كنا النخلة المباركة الشجرة المباركة أن نزيل كلمة مخلفات، ثم تحول إلى مصطلح يتفق عليه الجميع بديل لكلمة مخلفات.
هو في اجتهاد في هذه النقطة، احنا يعني قلتها دلوقتي، يعني في بعض المسميات بس لسه لا يوجد اتفاق على المصطلح. يعني احنا سميناها المنتجات النخيل غير الثمرية،
مخرجات،
منتجات
متبقيات، اختاروا أي اسم إلا لا نتفق. الجميع اتفق على مخلفات وتفرقنا في باقي التصنيف. هذه الملاحظة. سؤالي للأستاذ الفايز، أقول بالمملكة العربية السعودية يوجد مصانع أقيمت الآن لتدوير منتجات النخيل أو متبقيات النخيل، ولكنها توقفت الآن. فلماذا يعني نرجع ونبدأ أو تبدون أنتم من الصفر ومن ننطلق؟ في مصنعين موجودين في القصيم قائمات واحد وكلهم توقفوا الآن.
أول شيء أحب أشكر منطقة القصيم لأنها دائما هي الرائدة واللي تبدأ قبل كل المناطق الأخرى، لأنهم دائما هم الرائدين في هذه المواضيع. بالنسبة لسؤالك، أعتقد السؤال يكون موجه للمشرع أو المنظمة المشرعة اللي هي الهيئة الوطنية لإدارة النفايات موان. التشريع يكون من عندهم وليس من عند الشركة السعودية الاستثمارية إعادة التدوير. فلما يكون في قرار بخصوص إيقاف المصانع أو تشغيل المصانع يكون عن طريقهم. فأنا ما أقدر أجاوبك بخصوص هذا الموضوع لأن في تغيير للتشريعات صاير. فبعد ما تصير في لوائح تشريعات تطلع من عن طريق الهيئة الوطنية لإدارة النفايات ممكن تنظر لهذا الموضوع.
مداخلة بس بسيطة ثانية.
تفضل.
في فجوة بين المزارع، عندي أكبر مزارع الآن، في فجوة بين الأكاديميين والعلميين وبين المزارع. هذا مزارع يمتلك 100,000 نخلة، في فجوة كبيرة بين الجانب العلمي وما بين الميدان.
احنا سوينا دراسة مع جامعة الملك فيصل، وكان جزء من هذه الدراسة انهم يروحون ويتجهون الى المزارعين ويسوون سيرفي خاص بالمزارعين 1 by 1، وعندي نسخ من هذه السيرفيز. بس هذا كان في منطقة الحسا. مع الأسف بنحاول إن شاء الله بنسوي شراكة مع جامعة القصيم ونشوف بعد نسوي كيف إنه ممكن إحنا نمول، أتكلم عن قسم الأبحاث والتطوير في الشركة، نمول دراسة للمزارع الخاصة بالقصيم بإذن الله. تسلم، الله يعافيك.
تفضلي دكتورة.
Give the mic to her.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دكتورة مها، أستاذ مساعد بالمعمل المركزي للنخيل. أنا سؤالي لدكتور فؤاد، لو سمحت يا دكتور، أنا كنت عايزة أسأل هل في منتج ينفع إن أنا أطلعه من مخلفات النخيل يعتمد إن أنا ما أفصلش، يعني لازم أفصل الليف لوحده والجريدة لوحدها والسعفة لوحدها، ولا في منتج ينفع ان انا يطلع ان انا ما اعتمدش على الفصل من المنبع، لان كده هعوز جزء يعني ميكانيكال في الاول كده علشان اصنف مخلفات النخيل. هل ينفع منتج يطلع لي من مخلفات النخيل يعتمد ان انا اضيف الحاجات دي كلها على بعض؟
كل المنتجات اللي ذكرناها قبل شويه تطرقنا لها
تمام.
يمكن انتاجها من مخلفات النخيل. ارجع واقول مخلفات النخيل، انا اقصد بذلك ما
تمام.
اقصد من كل مخلفات النخيل، بمعنى نقدر ننتج البارتيكل بورد، الابواب الخشب البلاستيكيه، الفحم، الكذا، من كل مخلفات النخيل مجتمعه
مع بعض،
عدا الام دي اف. الام دي اف حصرا يجب ان نستخدم سعف النخيل اللي هو الجريد او كذا او كذا، ويطول الحديث بهذا الموضوع.
تمام.
في سبب. نعم.
شكرا لحضرتك.
اسمحي لي بس لحظة واحدة.
اتفضل.
شوف هذه شوفها كأنها الصوف أو كأنها القطن، صح؟ تشوفوها زين أعتقد؟ كأنها الصوف أو القطن. هذه ألياف سعف النخيل، هذه ألياف سعف النخيل. حتى ننتج منها الام دي اف يجب أن نجري عمليات للحصول على individual fibers not bundles of fibers. individual fibers بمعنى أن الله سبحانه وتعالى قد حاك السعف بنظام حياكة معين. إحنا يجي الإنسان يريد يتدخل يقول لا أنا هذا النظام ما أحتاجه. يجب أن يفل هذه الألياف، يفتحها. He has to defibrate the fibers. سابقا أمهاتنا أو جداتنا كان أنا شخصيا أمي من ألبس بالشتاء بلوزة شتوية محاكة، ثم لبستها سنة واثنين وثلاثة وبعد ما ألبسها ترجع شو تعمل؟ تفل الألياف، صح؟ وتعيد حياكتها مرة ثانية بالنظام الجديد. احنا نفس الفكرة. السعفة حتى نحولها إلى ام دي اف. على أي حال ما أطول بهذا الموضوع.
في أسئلة ثانية يا جماعة؟ في حد؟ اتفضل يا فندم. المايك هنا لو سمحت.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. محمد حسن جيلي من قسم الهندسة الكيميائية جامعة الملك سعود. استفساري أو سؤال موجه للأستاذ عادل فايز بحكم أن هي المسؤولة من الR&D في الشركة السعودية الاستثمارية إعادة التدوير. شغل إعادة التدوير بيحتاج بالذات قسم الR&D بيحتاج لأبحاث و scientific research. ما هو مدى التعاون بين الشركة والمؤسسات البحثية وتحديدا في الجامعات السعودية بحيث أنه يتم دراسة يتم تطويرها للاستفادة من إعادة التدوير لإنتاج منتجات ذات قيمة عالية. already عندنا في جامعة الملك سعود تحديدا قسم الهندسة الكيميائية there is a lot of research regarding this point. شكرا جزيلا.
يعطيك العافية على السؤال.
حضرتك فهمت السؤال؟
ايش؟
في ده تعليق، ده مش سؤال.
لا سألني عن الشراكات مع الجامعات.
مدى تعاون.
تفضلي تفضلي.
احنا عندنا شراكات مع الجامعات السعودية، وكان التوجيه من الإدارة أنه يكون شركة بداية مع الجامعات السعودية، وبعد ما تكبر الشركة تكون مع الجامعات الانترناشونال. طريقة تعاوننا مع الجامعات عن طريق مشاريع نقوم نسوي تقييم لهذا المشروع. دائما نحب نسوي تارجت انه يكون التكنولوجي readiness level 5 and above 6 and 7. So we try 5 to 7. So we try to target ready and commercially available projects ونمولها إلى pilot scale or bench scale. Bench scale usually and pilot scale. So we try to target TRL levels that are higher than 3, 2 and 3 and 4. So 5 and above. طبعا مفتوح الموضوع مع أي جامعة. زي ما قلت لك احنا عندنا تمويل للبايلوت مع جامعة الملك فيصل بخصوص البارتيكولر وود بورد والام دي اف من مخلفات النخيل. بس we are willing to listen. You can reach us out at circ.sa and we will be more than happy. بالنسبة للمياه أنا سويت جلسة تعريفية عن سيرك في الوركشوبس، بس إحنا المياه مو not part of our revenue stream, our waste streams. Water, there is already National Water Company, with SWCC, who are the targeted entities for water research. But we do understand that there is industrial wastewater that we need to resolve, and a lot of wastewater that needs to be studied above. But it's not our target. Our main target is landfill diversion rate, 94% landfill diversion rate. Thank you so much.
آخر سؤال معانا. اتفضل يا فندم.
هو الحقيقة تعليق على سؤال، في سؤال اتقال هل لو خدنا كل منتجات نخيل الثانوية ممكن يطلع منها منتج؟ سنة 96 كنا في الواحات البحرية وجدنا ناس ما بتقلمش، وبالتالي في مشاكل السوس الحمراء فظيعة 20% نتيجة عدم التقليم. فاحنا خدنا جريد النخيل والخوص والعرجون والليف والقحفة بنفس نسب التقليم، وطلع منها منتج MDF مطابق للمواصفات العالمية من ناحية الخواص الميكانيكية والطبيعية والكيميائية اللي هي انبعاث الفورمالدهايد. فأؤكد أن كل هذه المنتجات الثانوية تصلح لإنتاج MDF مواصفات عالمية.
شكرا. تفضل دكتور سائر.
أنا بدي أتشكر الدكتور حامد الموصلي للشراكة الكبيرة اللي عملها مع منظمة الأغذية والزراعة وباي بالما بالمشاريع اللي قمنا فيها مع بعض في مصر وفي السودان. وبأكد على نقطة مهمة ذكرتها الزميلة. الشكر لله السعودية دولة غنية، والدول الخليج لها القدرة على القيام بمشاريع كبيرة وتدوير. منظمة الأغذية والزراعة تهدف دائما لمساعدة صغار المزارعين الذين ليس لديهم الخبرة أو حتى دولهم غير قادرة على إنشاء مشاريع ضخمة. فالتعاون مع باي بالما والشركات الصغيرة عملنا على إنشاء مجموعة ستارت اب صغيرة كانت في جنوب مصر، في أسوان وفي الواحات البحرية وفي السودان، بانفستمنت صغير جدا وليس كبير نهائيا. استطاعوا أن ينشئوا ويبدأوا بعمل فقط بوجود أداة صغيرة كفرامة لإنتاج الكومبوست، أو بأدوات بسيطة جدا لبدء بإنتاج أدوات منزلية أو حياكات لإنتاج بعض السلل. والشكر الكبير للتعاون، وهذا مثال جميل يعني نحب نشاركه مع الآخرين. التعاون بين المنظمات الدولية والقطاع الخاص، دائما ننفر نحن من التعاون بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع، بالعكس جميل جدا انه وخصوصي بهذا المجال، حيث استطاعوا ان يصنعوا الكثير من بقايا النخيل. ما بعرف هل نسميها بقايا، مخلفات او منتجات ثانوية للنخيل، اللي هي استطاعت ان تصبح حتى كراسي وطاولات. واذا بتروحوا لمصر معظم الغذاء اللي بنتقل في السلل الزراعيه هي عباره ما زالت لحد اليوم معموله من سعف النخيل. والشكر الكثير لهذه الشركات الصغيره اللي تصنعها يدويا، والعمل ما ندعو نحن الممولين الان لتثمين هذه الشركات الصغيره وتحويلها الى شركات تستخدم بعض الآلات وتؤمن رزق للزملاء الذين يتركون الريف والهجرة إلى المدينة. فهذه تمنع حتى الإميغريشن وتزيد دخل المزارع. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور. بنشكر خبرائنا الأجلاء، الأستاذ الدكتور سائر ياسين، الأستاذ الدكتور فؤاد منصور، المهندس مصطفى العبدلاوي، الأستاذة عزل فايز، والمهندس أنور حداد، وشاكر جدا جدا لمداخلات الحضور. شكرا.
Okay, thank you so much. Please, the panelists, please sit on the stage. So we have the token of appreciation for you. So first of all, I call Dr. Majid, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, King Saud University. Please come on the stage to give the token of appreciation to Tahir Yassin. Thank you, Dr. Majid. Now I call Dr. Abdul Rahman. Please come on the stage to give the token of appreciation to Fawad Mansoor. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Rahman. Now I call the Prof. Muhammad Ali on the stage to come and give the token of appreciation to Mustafa. Thank you, Prof. Muhammad Ali. Now I call the Prof. Kajja to please come on the stage and give token of appreciation to Ada Al-Fayyaz. Now I call Dr. Ramzi Khairi, please come on the stage to give the token of appreciation to Anwar Haddad. Now I call the Prof. Usman to come on the stage to give the token of appreciations to moderator Dr. Abdul Rahman. So on behalf of organizing committee, I am highly thankful to the moderator, Dr. Abdul Rahman, for conducting this panel, and also thankful to all panelists. Thank you so much. So we are moving forward to the next, our last presenter, the plenary 2, Dr. Gude. I just give the, just a moment. So before he is going to talk today on the significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by optimized use byproduct from palm oil production, a comprehensive assessment. Before I call him, I just want to give a brief introductions about him. He is working with the Institute for Energy and Environmental Research, Heidelberg, and he have done the graduation in mathematics and chemistry at same university, and also he done the PhD in natural science at the University of Heidelberg in 1991. And he is a lecturer and started the career as a lecturer in 91, and since then he is also the scientific director, member of the board of directors, and he have more than 25 years of experience in acquisitions and coordinations of large-scale projects. And he is also coordinator of different projects. Beside that, he is also the consultant for the national and international institutions like OECD, UNFCCC, FAO, UNEP, UNDP, and he also authors a lot of books and book chapters, and he is also the member of different advisory committee, and he have also given the lot of invited talks and plenary talks at different country, and until now he have published more than 500 articles in different journals in related field. So without further delay, I call him to please come on the stage and give the plenary talk.
Okay. Yeah, hello everybody.
You don't need the mic. You can use here, or do you need the mic?
I can use that, yeah. Thank you very much, Chair, for this very kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting me to come to this wonderful conference. And also, I would like to thank the Saudi Arabian organizing team for setting up this place. I'm very happy to be again in Saudi Arabia. 4 years ago, I gave a talk at the University of Abha, which is in the south of Saudi Arabia. And it's always a pleasure to be here to learn about the Saudi Arabian culture and to talk to people. So before starting, I would like to introduce the IFOI Institute for Environmental Energy and Research. I just try to find out how I can continue the slides. Yes, here we go. My company is a non-profit private company working on sustainability assessment since almost 40 years. It's one of the very few think tanks in Germany. It's not very big, but it's extremely powerful, and we do a lot of research in several kinds of society fields. And on the international arena, we work a lot with the United Nations, European Commission, industries, but also for NGOs, so actually for all stakeholders you can think about. And coming to palm trees, we work since 25 years on the sustainability of palms, not only oil palm, but mainly on them. And there are many publications we already published. You will find them on our homepage. There's just a small selection on this, as well already was mentioned in the introduction. So as you can see, I'm in the scene since quite some time, and I'm happy now to start with my talk, which is about the carbon footprint of the residues, not waste. I don't use the word waste, residues and byproducts of palm. Actually, not everybody is acquainted, I guess, with the carbon footprint. They measure how to measure climate change, and climate change is one of the biggest challenges in the world right now. So I would like to give you a 1-minute introduction into what a carbon footprint is about. Actually, we calculate the carbon footprint along the whole production chain from cradle to grave, considering all single processes along a production chain. For this very special, I took a T-shirt to produce a T-shirt, and if you consider all the processes along the process chains, then we can calculate the greenhouse gases. And we do not only consider carbon dioxide, we consider all greenhouse gases and add them all together into the greenhouse gas balance. But in short, it's called carbon footprint or CO2 footprint. And we can do that for many scenarios, so not only for 1 or 2, but very many. We can compare that and everything. So if you want to learn more about carbon footprint, in my slides you will find more information. The slides will be shared later on, so you can have a look into this. So what I'm talking about today, I'm talking about oil palm. I'm aware that there is a World Date conference here in Riyadh, which is great, and I learned a lot about the date palm these days. But I choose the oil palm because the residues available and the potential to save greenhouse gases is 20 to 50 times higher compared to date palms. It's 1 million hectares of date palms in the world, 30 million of oil palm. So maybe next time I will give a talk about coconut palm and date palm. But today I want to restrict my talk only to oil palm, and we look at the whole process chain of the oil palm, and if we have a look onto it, in each stage we find byproducts and residues. It starts with the trunks, there are empty fruit bunches, there is biogas deriving from palm oil mill effluent, etc., etc. And I would like to go through each of these parameters, or actually potentials, and will give you an idea about how big the potential is and how much greenhouse gas we can save if we level these potentials. I would like to start with the trunks. So at the end of a life of a plantation, there will be a re-establishment of the plantation. So right now, today, the palm trees are cut down, they are chopped, and they're left on the field. They serve as fertilizer. And that's it. But in future, and that is a picture already 10 years old in Malaysia, so it's existing technology. After falling down the trees, the trunks can be harvested, they can be transported to a centralized or decentralized collection center, and there it can be sawn, and with the leftovers, the leftover cuttings, they can be used to produce bioenergy to dry the wooden bars. Actually, oil palm wood is extremely moisty. It will rot within 2 to 3 weeks if you don't treat it properly. But you can use the leftover cuttings to dry it, and then you have low moisture wood. And this you can actually work with to produce furnitures, plywood, bioenergy pellets, whatever. We just have seen half an hour ago from the guy sitting here about the date tree panels. There you see the similar ones from oil palm. So existing technology, it's running. Basically, because the wood is extremely moist, you need a lot of energy to dry it. And if you use the very basic technology, which is available, very basic, you get 45% of the wood out of an area, because all the other leftovers in wood you need to dry the 45%. That is very basic technology. If you use a more advanced technology, then you even can harvest 100% of the core inside of the trunks. And if you have a very good technology using also CHP for the bioenergy, then it's actually the best. And if we look at the result of the carbon footprint, there you realize that even with the very basic technologies, you can save a lot of carbon footprint. The range is from 1 to 3, roundabout, tons of carbon dioxide per hectare. So not everybody actually knows what a ton of carbon dioxide is. Therefore, I would like to translate that. And actually, 1 ton of carbon dioxide emissions is the equivalent. 1 person in Egypt is responsible to emit in a whole year, or 1/5 of a European person. That is amazingly high from 1 hectare only. If you consider that we have 30 million hectares in the world on oil palm, you can imagine that we can save a real lot of carbon dioxide emissions. Second possibility is to use the wood not only for furniture, but for bioenergy. You can pellet it and burn it. There again, I have 2 scenarios. If you burn it just in a standard boiler, then you have a recovery rate of 35%. If it is a very experienced technology like CHP, it might be higher. And therefore, we also have a range of saving greenhouse gases. In this case, it's between 2 and 4 tons per hectare. If we combine that, then you can see that for both options, furniture or bioenergy, you can choose from whatever you like, because you have the dry wood, you can work with it. And depending on the country, on the local conditions, you can either sell it or you use it locally. It just depends on the local areas. So instead of chopping it and letting it rotting on the field in future, it might be very wise to harvest the wood. And even if you lose the fertilizing effect, you have to put some more fertilizer onto the plantations, but that is already considered in these calculations. Now I come to the second potential, which are the empty fruit bunches. Today, almost 100% of all empty fruit bunches are displaced again back into the plantations, and they serve as fertilizer, which is perfect. There's nothing bad about that. But there could be an optimization. We can use the empty fruit bunches, put them in a biogas plant, extract the biogas, and we take this left over, the digestate, as a fertilizer, because the phosphorus, the nitrogen, all the minerals are still in the digestate, and then you can distribute the digestate. In Germany, we have 1,500 biogas plants. They all run with this system that you put biomass in and you take the digestate out and put it as fertilizer into the agricultural field. So you have a cascade use. First, bioenergy. Second, you go still fertilizing. So it's a win-win situation. But also, there is a very, very simple option. And I have seen so many oil plantations already now, and in very many oil processing oil mills, a certain share of the empty fruit bunches are just burned without using the energy. And the leftovers, the ash, is distributed as fertilizer onto the field. But if you use these energies instead of just burning, you can recover it with the existing technology, even without biogas plants. But the better option is to use biogas plants, of course, and there you can see the range in which carbon dioxide savings can be achieved if empty fruit bunches are used in the cascading way in the future. There again, we have significant greenhouse gas saving options. With my third example, I will come up with the palm kernel shells. As you probably know, next to palm oil, also palm kernel oil is produced in parallel to palm oil. And the leftover is the palm kernel shells. Right now, worldwide, round about 50% of these kernel shells are already sold to Japan, to Taiwan, to other places as bioenergy carriers. But the other 50%, they're not sold for bioenergy. They're used in road surfaces and other options. So this is an option to use in future these potentials which are not yet leveled. And if you burn them for bioenergy in a very, very easy matter, and it's completely technical available, there's nothing new about it, then you can substitute either natural gas or maybe even coal, like in India, in Indonesia, many other places of the world. And in these cases, you will see that there are also quite an amount of greenhouse gas savings achievable. And again, the same conclusion, we should use these potentials in the future. My next example is the palm oil mill effluent. In an oil mill, you have a lot of fluid effluents coming out of the processing of palm oil. It's hot, it's 70 degrees, it goes in ponds to cool down, and then the bacteria start to work, and a lot of methane emissions are associated with this. And that is really negative for climate change, because methane has an enormous impact on climate change, because methane is a much higher greenhouse gas compared to carbon dioxide. Therefore, there is already since 15 years in Malaysia especially a lot of these palm oil mill effluent ponds covered by a plastic shell. You can see that in the middle. And there the methane is captured. And if the methane is captured, you can do something with the methane afterwards. A very easy issue is just to flare it. Then you destroy it, you just have CO2, and that's it. It doesn't cost anything, you just need that plastic cover, and then you get rid of 95% of the greenhouse gas emissions because you destroy the methane. Second option is you use the methane as a bioenergy carrier. So these are the different options. So again, the very, very basic one, it doesn't cost much. You just flare the methane and that's it. But that gives you a big benefit on greenhouse gas savings, or you even use it as biogas for bioenergy. And if you do so, you may realize that even to flare methane is yielding more than 1 ton of CO2 equivalents per hectare. So that potential is absolutely fantastic, and therefore in future all the ponds should be covered. And that would be very easily manageable, and it would save a lot of CO2. Last but not least, I would like to highlight fibers and phytonutrients. First, the fibers. We have seen half an hour ago, also on this podium, that there are fibers from date palms available. There you see also fibers, but they are produced from empty fruit bunches from palm trees. So these fibers, they can substitute other fibers, of course, especially biofibers from hemp, from sisal, from cocos, etc., because they have a very, very similar behavior. In life cycle assessments, actually, we consider then also the credits to produce, let's say, coconut fibers. Another option is to extract phytonutrients like vitamin A, vitamin E, or phytosterols and many others. So these products are already produced from oil palm processing. It's existing, you can buy them on the market. And if we look at the CO2 balance, there you may realize that with some of the phytonutrients, they have a negative CO2 balance. Not all of these products help to save carbon dioxide, but with the fibers, actually all the fibers will end up in a positive carbon dioxide saving. Still, my statement is that these types of products, they do not have a big potential. So to go for the food industry as food additives, potential is not very high. the fibers over there to substitute sisal fibers, hemp fibers, coconut fibers, potential is not very high. So I would not rely on these kinds of byproducts. I would rather suggest to go into the big potentials and not to have too high expectations onto these potentials. So if I now give a total view of these potentials saving greenhouse gases, then we have to look at the total area worldwide oil palms are produced, which is round about 30 million hectares, most of them in Indonesia and Malaysia, and the others in the other parts of the world and other countries. And if we look at the residues and all the fractions I showed you, but only to the four which have the biggest potential, the trunks, empty fruit bunches, the kernel shells, and the biomethane from Poma, then you may realize in the bottom of the slide that there is a very similar potential to save carbon dioxide. They're all in the same order of magnitude. So the conclusion out of this, we should go for all four of these potentials. Not one, not two, but let's take all four of them. And in future, the potential for saving CO2 from the trunks, they become bigger and bigger because the more year after year, more trunks become available because it takes 20 to 25 years for the oil palms to grow, and then afterwards there will be a re-establishment. And in the last 10 years, half of these oil palms have been grown, so it takes a while to level the trunks, but still it's an amazing potential. If we have a whole look on the potential, the technical, theoretical potential is much, much higher. But I don't want to talk about that because it's more academic, and in reality, we really have to consider the potentials which are easy to reach, very easy to reach. And the very easiest to reach is that what I called the basic ones with the very available, easy to handle technologies. And this amount equals the total greenhouse gas emissions of Switzerland annually, which is really absolutely a lot. And therefore, it's one of the biggest potentials we have in the, I would say, in the palm industry worldwide. So my summary is that first, we have a huge potential we can level, and we can level that with easy and basic to handle technologies. And there are 4 action fields: trunks, empty fruit bunches, kernel shells, and the biogas from Poma. And all of them, it's very easy to level them. For the trunks, to try them with a primitive technology, losing half of the wood, but nevertheless, it's still a lot of leftovers, and use it at bioenergy. Empty fruit bunches, you can briquette them, it's very easy, and sell them. In Malaysia, it's running, so why not in other parts of the world? And for the kernel shells, you just need now to introduce better technology, logistics to get the leftover leftover from the palm kernel shell mills into the market. And with the biogas, I already pointed that out. If you capture and flare that, that's easy. Although in future, we should not flare it, but use the biogas, of course. And let's go for all these four potentials. And in future, we can introduce better technologies higher efficiencies, but to start with, the basic ones would be best. So with this, I would like to end my talk, and with this summary, which gives you an impression that it's not academic, it's not maybe in future. Technology is right, the residues are there because palm oil is produced, and if you want to go for the market, there is no reason to wait, because in the world there are so many countries who pay for saving greenhouse gases that there might be an option possible to find a market for the saved carbon dioxide emissions. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer questions. And if there is not much time around, you can grab me at the end of this conference, or you send me a mail and we can discuss further issues later on this year. Thank you very much.
Dr. Guido, thank you for giving a very valuable information on the wild palm-based products and its commercializations. So now we open the floor, because we have limited time, so maybe 1 or 2 questions we can take it that. So if any questions, please. Fast. Yeah, Prof. Arno, please give the mic to him.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very impressive presentation. But still, we know each other since some time, and you certainly think what my question or what my comment is, because I am coming from the product side, and I was a little bit wondering why you, as a basic, you named this the basic technology. More or less favors the energy sector, because I understand this is something we can do quickly, but if it is once the energy utilization strategy, when it is once established, you hardly can go out of that, because all the investments last at least for 20, 30, 40 years. And this would contradict all the research and strategy development towards consumer products from palm residues. We know that in the consumer products, the heat value is still available afterwards. So here I miss the cascade approach. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. So we always look and prefer the cascade approach. Therefore, I introduced one cascade approach that was with the empty fruit bunches first, because you also can use the fibers and then use it at bioenergy, but then you don't get the fertilizer back again. And with the trunks, I already pointed out that to use the wood for furniture and plywood, that would be the best option, definitely. And afterwards, to use the furniture as bioenergy, for instance. So that is for sure the best option. Still, in reality, these furnitures exist since 10 years in Malaysia. The company works, but there was obviously no good market for them. They sold shelves, good furniture, plywood, but they could not really to get into the international market, because in Scandinavia, the wood which is produced is much cheaper. So IKEA, they use for the shelves, their own wood, etc. So I would say the cheapest way is to start in these areas where the logistics are difficult with bioenergy, and then try to get into the market in other places, like for Malaysia, they're very developed, and there might be an option to increase the furniture produced from these palm oil trunks. So I don't opt for both, but I'm realistic, and if I talk to the United Nations, they always say we need a cheap, easy to handle option. So we should balance both. Wherever it's possible to level the highest and best option, we should do so. In other places, we can start from going slowly into higher value market. So, so I think there's no contradiction on it. And I rather would see that all the ponds are covered next year and flare the stuff, and 2 years or 3 years later to use the biogas instead of waiting and waiting and waiting and nothing happens. So this is a part of my message, that we should have altogether a combined pathway for the next 5 to 10 years to level as many options as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I want to give you the token of appreciations on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you, Dr. Gudu, for giving very good talks. And now we are moving forward towards the last part of this conference, which is the best presentations and poster award winners. So I want to call Dr. Medani to please come on the stage. So you want to call or I want to call?
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure that we are all drained after long 3 days of successive sessions and discussions. So, and I really appreciate those who are still present. Some, they were already had to leave. Some had already flights earlier today. But we appreciate your presence. So, so we have 3 Best Presentation Awards and 3 Best Poster Awards. And we have also some other awards that are in the form of book prizes. So, so I'll just call the names. And I know some of them might not be available this evening, but if you happen to be in contact with any of them, you can take this prize on their behalf. It would be highly appreciated. So, so the first award goes to Professor Khalid Al-Zibda. I think he has left. So, so I don't know if anybody from Oman who might be in contact with him. Otherwise, I can keep it with him. Maybe we can ship it to him by express mail. So the second Best Presentation Award goes to Professor Hom Dakal. I guess he's not here also. Okay. So, and the third Best Presentation Award goes to Asma Al-Humaida. I guess Asma is here. So, do we have the tokens here? So let's go. So I just want to note that the book prizes are sponsored by Springer Nature. No? Okay, so for the poster awards, so the first award goes to Dr. Hamid Ahmed from King Saud University. So is he part of any research group here who can give him the, I guess he's from King Saud University, so it's easy to give it to him. Okay, so the second best presentation award goes to Al-Hanouf Al-Agel. She's also, she's from Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University. You can give it to her. Okay. Congratulations. She's one of your students. Poster. Poster. So can we have a picture? There's a book prize for you. Okay, thank you. So, so I will call the other names who won the book prizes. So, the first is Dr. Musad Al-Awad. Musad Al-Awad from Saudi Arabia. I don't know if Musad is here. Okay, so the second is Nuran Musa.
Book by choice or what? No, written?
Yes. Okay. So also Professor Katja Fruwald. So if you can. 194. Okay, also Dr. Ann Aman from Malaysia. Okay, so so I will call also on Dr. Mukarram Zubair, ID 102. Okay. guess it's a good choice. Okay, next is Dr. Mohammed Ben Chico. I don't know if he's still here or did he take the flight. Okay, so next is Dr. Haidar Al Abdallah. '59.
Thank you.
Anyone? Okay, next one is Dr. Ramzi Khiari, 201. 201. Congratulations. Next is Dr. Muhammad Gailey. Is Dr. Muhammad here? He left. Okay, so I guess we have two more and we will finish. So Dr. Muhammad Hamid Salim. Muhammad Hamid Salim. Yeah. And last but not least, Dr. Tawus Hamad. Okay, so thank you so much all for attending the award ceremony. So I guess Dr. Rothman would like to thank you for a few minutes. Oh, wait. Okay, closing. Can we just please wait for a couple of more minutes? We're waiting for Dr. Yes. Sorry.
بسم الله. بسم الله. السلام عليكم. By the end of this event, I think it's the best time to honor our strategic partner and our co-organizers, the National Center for Palms and Dates. And I'm asking Dr. Muhammad Noiran to come forward to the honor and Dr. Majid to
Family photo. Can you come please all to the stage to have a collective photo?
Assalamu alaikum. We still have to wait for the recommendations and then the closing. We know it's a long day, but just a few minutes.
So it was nice getting this family photo as defined by Dr. Muhammad Nuwairan. So just conclude the session with a few recommendations based on the 3 days of the conference. So the first recommendation is to organize the 4th round of the World Conference on Bali.